I'm really so grateful that you take the time to watch these videos. It makes me feel truly glad that you're here. But I've noticed not many of you are subscribing, liking, or commenting, and that can be a little disheartening. These stories deserve more than just silent viewers. They deserve a community of people who care. So, if you're watching from cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Houston, or anywhere else, please take a moment to hit subscribe, like the video, and drop a comment with your city and what time it is where you're watching. Your support truly makes a great difference. These stories matter, and together, we can make sure they get the attention they deserve. Thank you for being a part of this. So, subscribed yet? Remember, it is free. I'm waiting. Thank you very much for that. Now, let's dig in. The silence that descended upon Oak Level, Virginia on that August morning in 2002 carried a weight that would crush a community's innocence forever. 3 lives, a devoted father, a loving mother, and their precious 9-year-old daughter, would become the centerpiece of one of the most haunting unsolved mysteries in Virginia's history. What began as a welfare check on a quiet Thursday morning would unravel into a nightmare that still grips investigators 20 years later, leaving behind nothing but questions, grief, and the echo of gunshots that shattered not just lives, but an entire town's sense of security. The killer walked among them, planning, watching, waiting, and when the moment came, they struck with a precision that spoke of calculation, leaving behind a trail of devastation that would haunt the hills of Henry County for decades to come. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the Short family murders mystery in a very small town. Oak Level, Virginia, exists as one of those places where everyone knows everyone, where secrets travel faster than the morning mist rolling through the tobacco fields, and where tragedy feels like something that happens to other people in other towns, far from the gentle embrace of the Blue Ridge Mountains. With fewer than 1,000 residents scattered across rolling hills and winding country roads, this small community just outside Bassett had always been a sanctuary from the chaos of the modern world. Michael Short understood this piece intimately. At 44 years old, he had built a life rooted in the values of hard work and family devotion. Standing just over 6 feet tall with graying temples that spoke of wisdom earned through experience, Michael possessed the kind of steady presence that inspired confidence in others. His hands, calloused from years of honest labor, had built not just a successful business but a reputation as someone you could count on when the world seemed uncertain. His automotive repair business had become more than just a livelihood. It was a cornerstone of the community. Local farmers brought their trucks to Michael when the engines wheezed with exhaustion. Young couples trusted him with their first cars, knowing he would treat their modest budgets with respect. His shop, nestled along a stretch of highway that connected small communities like beads on a string, hummed with the rhythm of rural life. The steady ping of wrenches against metal, the low murmur of men discussing everything from crop yields to high school football, and the occasional burst of laughter that comes from shared stories and mutual respect. Mary Short, 41, complemented her husband's strength with her own quiet grace. Where Michael commanded attention through his steady competence, Mary drew people in with her warmth and genuine interest in their lives. Her blonde hair often caught the afternoon sunlight as she tended to the garden behind their modest home, her movements carrying the unhurried elegance of someone who had found contentment in life's simple pleasures. Those who knew her spoke of her infectious laugh and her ability to remember the small details that matter. A child's birthday, a neighbor's struggle with illness, the particular way someone liked their coffee during church socials. Their marriage had weathered the storms that test every relationship, emerging stronger through shared challenges and celebrated victories. They had met in their 20s, two souls finding each other in a world that often felt too large and impersonal. Their courtship had been the kind that small towns remember fondly, gentle and genuine, marked by long walks down dusty roads and conversations that stretched into the early hours of morning. When they exchanged vows, the entire community felt invested in their happiness, as if their love represented something precious and worth protecting. The birth of Jennifer Renee Short on July 12, 1993, had completed their family in ways they hadn't even known were incomplete. From her first breath, Jennifer radiated the kind of joy that transforms everything around it. By the summer of 2002, she had grown into a spirited 9-year-old with an infectious giggle and an insatiable curiosity about the world. Her dark hair framed a face that seemed to perpetually wear an expression of wonder, as if she were constantly discovering something new and delightful about life. Jennifer's room reflected her boundless imagination, stuffed animals arranged in elaborate scenarios that only she could explain, books stacked beside her bed with pages worn from repeated readings, and drawings taped to the walls depicting fantastical worlds where princesses rode dragons and ordinary children embarked on extraordinary adventures. She possessed that rare gift of making adults remember what it felt like to see the world through young eyes, where every day held the promise of discovery and every stranger might become a friend. At Fisbro Elementary School, Jennifer was preparing to enter 4th grade, a milestone that filled her with equal measures of excitement and nervous anticipation. Her teachers remembered her as the kind of student who asked thoughtful questions and genuinely cared about her classmates' feelings. During recess, she could often be found organizing elaborate games that somehow managed to include everyone, her natural leadership emerging through kindness rather than force. The Short family's home on Virginia Avenue stood as a testament to their values. Unpretentious but well-maintained, surrounded by the kind of yard where children could run freely and parents could sit on the porch watching fireflies emerge as twilight painted the sky in shades of purple and gold. The house itself was modest, a single-story structure that had sheltered families for decades before the Shorts made it their own. Michael had spent countless weekends improving the property, each repair and upgrade representing his commitment to providing his family with a secure foundation. Inside, the home reflected Mary's touch, family photographs arranged on end tables, handmade quilts draped over furniture, and the lingering sense of home-cooked meals that had nourished both body and spirit. The kitchen served as the heart of their domestic life, where homework was completed at the same table where family meals were shared, where important conversations happened over morning coffee and evening tea, where laughter echoed during holiday gatherings that brought together friends who had become family. Their neighborhood existed in that sweet spot between privacy and community, houses spaced far enough apart to provide solitude, but close enough for neighbors to notice when something seemed amiss. The Shorts had cultivated relationships with those around them built on mutual respect and genuine caring. They were the kind of neighbors who noticed when someone's newspaper accumulated on their doorstep, who offered help during difficult times, and who could be trusted to watch over each other's children without a moment's hesitation. Summer evenings in Oak Level carried a particular magic that residents treasured. As the sun dipped behind the tree line, families would emerge from air-conditioned homes to reclaim their porches and yards. Children's voices would mingle with the evening songs of crickets and tree frogs, creating a symphony of contentment that seemed to promise that some things in this world remained unchanged and unchanging. The Shorts participated in this ritual religiously, their front porch serving as the observatory from which they watched their community wind down from another day. Michael's work schedule followed the rhythm of rural life, early mornings that began before sunrise and ended when the last customer had been served. His reputation for honest dealing had built a clientele that extended beyond Oak Level, drawing customers from throughout Henry County who trusted him to treat them fairly. The success of his business provided the family with comfortable security without excess, allowing them to contribute to their church, support local charities, and save for Jennifer's future education. Mary's days were filled with the careful orchestration required to maintain a household while supporting her husband's business and nurturing their daughter's development. She handled the administrative side of Michael's automotive business, managing appointments and maintaining customer relationships with the same care she brought to every aspect of their life. Her organizational skills ensured that their home ran smoothly, that Jennifer's needs were anticipated and met, and that Michael returned each evening to a sanctuary where he could rest and recharge. The family's social life centered around their church and Jennifer's school activities. They attended services regularly, not out of obligation but from a genuine faith that provided structure and meaning to their lives. Mary volunteered for various church committees, while Michael contributed his mechanical skills to maintain the church's aging vehicles and equipment. Their faith wasn't the kind that broadcast itself loudly, but rather the quiet type that manifested through actions and choices, through the way they treated others and the priorities they established for their family. Jennifer's activities provided another layer to their community connections. Michael coached her Little League softball team, his patience and encouragement helping young players develop both skills and confidence. Mary organized carpools and team snacks, creating the kind of supportive environment that allowed children to thrive. Their involvement in Jennifer's activities wasn't just about supporting their daughter. It was about investing in the community's future, recognizing that children's success belonged to everyone who cared enough to contribute. The approaching school year carried particular significance for the Short family. Jennifer's transition to 4th grade represented a step toward greater independence and responsibility, milestones that both excited and concerned her parents. They had spent the summer helping her develop study habits that would serve her well in more challenging coursework while ensuring she still had plenty of time for the kind of unstructured play that childhood requires. Their evening routines had evolved into cherished family traditions. Dinner was served at the same time each day, creating a predictable anchor around which other activities could be planned. Afterward, they would often sit together in their living room, Michael reading the newspaper, Mary working on one of her endless craft projects, and Jennifer sprawled on the floor with homework or a favorite book. The television might provide background noise, but the real entertainment came from their conversations, their shared observations about the day's events, and their planning for tomorrow's activities. Weekends brought different rhythms, but the same underlying contentment. Michael might tinker with projects around the house, while Mary tended her garden, and Jennifer played with neighborhood friends. They occasionally ventured to nearby attractions, a minor league baseball game in Martinsville, a festival in Bassett, or simply a drive through the countryside to enjoy the changing seasons. These excursions weren't elaborate or expensive, but they provided the family with shared experiences and memories that would be treasured long after the details had faded. As August 2002 progressed, the Short family settled into the familiar patterns that would guide them through the transition from summer's freedom to autumn structure. Jennifer's excitement about the upcoming school year was infectious, her anticipation evident in the way she organized and reorganized her school supplies, practiced writing her name in cursive, and talked endlessly about seeing friends she hadn't seen much during the summer break. The last normal evening of their lives unfolded like countless others before it. The family shared dinner around their kitchen table, the conversation ranging from Jennifer's plans for the following day to Michael's schedule of appointments and Mary's preparations for a church committee meeting. Nothing in their interaction suggested that danger lurked nearby. No premonition warned them that their peaceful existence was about to be shattered by violence so sudden and complete that it would leave investigators struggling to understand not just who had committed these crimes, but why anyone would target a family so universally beloved by their community. The house settled into quietness as they prepared for bed, each family member following routines that had been established over years of shared life. Michael checked the doors and windows, a habit born more from prudence than fear, since Oak Level wasn't the kind of place where people worried about home invasions. Mary ensured that Jennifer's clothes for the next day were laid out and ready, a small gesture of care that would make the morning routine smoother. Jennifer brushed her teeth and said her prayers, her innocent petitions including requests for a good day at school, safety for her family, and blessings for her friends. None of them could have imagined that as they drifted off to sleep in their comfortable beds, someone was already making final preparations to destroy everything they had built together. The killer's identity remains unknown, but their intentions were clear. This would not be a random crime of opportunity, but a calculated act of violence that would leave no witnesses and provide no easy answers. The darkness that settled over Oak Level that night carried with it a malevolence that the community had never experienced. While the Short family slept peacefully in their beds, trusting in the safety that had always surrounded them, their killer moved through the shadows with deadly purpose, about to transform their sanctuary into a crime scene that would haunt investigators for decades to come. Dawn broke over Oak Level on August 15, 2002, with the same gentle beauty that had graced countless mornings before it. The sun climbed slowly above the tree line, casting long shadows across dew-dampened lawns and painting the sky in soft pastels that promised another warm summer day. Birds began their morning songs, their cheerful chirping creating a soundtrack of normalcy that would soon be shattered by discoveries too horrible to comprehend. Michael Short's automotive repair business operated on the principle that reliability meant showing up early and staying late, a work ethic that had earned him the respect of customers who depended on their vehicles for everything from getting to work to rushing loved ones to medical appointments. His employees had grown accustomed to arriving each morning to find their boss already at work, coffee brewing in the small office that served as the nerve center of his operation, and the day's schedule laid out with the kind of organization that made complex repair jobs manageable. But this morning carried a different energy from the moment the first employee pulled into the gravel parking lot. Michael's truck, usually the first vehicle in the lot, was nowhere to be seen. The shop remained locked, its windows dark, the silence broken only by the distant hum of traffic on the highway and the occasional bark of a dog from a neighboring property. For employees who had worked with Michael for years, this absence felt immediately and profoundly wrong. Not just unusual, but ominous in a way that sent cold fingers of worry crawling up their spines. The employee who discovered the anomaly waited initially, assuming that Michael had simply been delayed by some family matter or unexpected emergency. But as minutes stretched into an hour, and attempts to reach him by phone went unanswered, concern transformed into genuine alarm. This wasn't like Michael at all. In all the years they had worked together, he had never simply failed to appear without explanation, had never left his employees wondering whether the day's appointments would be kept or customers would be left stranded with vehicles in various states of repair. The decision to drive to the Short family home didn't come easily. Rural communities operate on an intricate understanding of boundaries, when to offer help and when to respect privacy, when concern justifies intrusion and when patience remains the appropriate response. But something about this morning felt fundamentally different, charged with an anxiety that couldn't be dismissed as simple worry. The employee who made that fateful drive to Virginia Avenue would carry the weight of what he discovered for the rest of his life. The Short family home appeared deceptively normal from the road. The modest single-story structure sat peacefully among mature trees, its front yard well-maintained, nothing obviously amiss to casual observation. A neighbor's dog barked lazily from somewhere nearby, and the morning sun filtered through leaves to create dappled patterns on the grass. It was the kind of scene that suggested ordinary domestic life continuing its predictable rhythm. Parents preparing for work, a child getting ready for another day of summer freedom before school resumed. But closer inspection revealed troubling details that transformed peaceful appearance into something far more sinister. The morning newspaper lay uncollected on the front walk, unusual for a family that typically retrieved it with their first cup of coffee. Michael's truck sat in the driveway, eliminating the possibility that he had simply gone to work by another route or had been called away on some urgent errand that required transportation. The house remained closed up despite the growing heat of the day, windows shut and curtains drawn against the morning light. The employee's knock echoed hollow against the front door, the sound seeming to emphasize the silence that surrounded it. No footsteps hurried to respond. No voices called out with apologies for running late or explanations for the delay. The absence of sound took on an almost physical presence, pressing against the visitor with implications too terrible to fully acknowledge. Another knock, louder this time, produced the same empty response. Nothing but the whisper of wind through leaves and the distant rumble of traffic that formed the background soundtrack of rural life. Moving around the house revealed more disturbing signs. The telephone line that connected the Short home to the outside world had been deliberately severed, the cut clean and purposeful rather than the ragged break that might result from accident or weather damage. This single detail transformed worry into horror, because everyone in Oak Level understood that cut phone lines meant only one thing. Someone had wanted to ensure that no calls for help could be made, that whatever had happened inside the house had proceeded without interruption or intervention. The realization that something terrible had occurred sent the employee running to the nearest neighbor, words tumbling out in a rush of panic and disbelief. The neighbor, initially skeptical that anything truly serious could have happened to the Short family, felt their own composure crumble as the details poured out. Cut phone lines weren't something that happened by accident in Oak Level. They were the stuff of crime dramas and newspaper headlines from distant cities, not the reality of a community where people still left their doors unlocked and children played outside until fireflies signaled bedtime. The call to 911 crackled with tension and barely controlled fear. The dispatcher, accustomed to handling routine emergencies, medical calls, minor accidents, domestic disputes that rarely escalated beyond heated words, found herself coordinating a response to something that felt unprecedented in the peaceful community she had served for years. The request for a welfare check on the Short family carried an urgency that suggested everyone involved understood they weren't dealing with a simple case of oversleeping or family emergency. Law enforcement's arrival shattered the morning calm with flashing lights and radio chatter that drew neighbors from their homes like witnesses to an unfolding catastrophe. Henry County Sheriff's deputies, Virginia State Police officers, and emergency medical personnel converged on Virginia Avenue with the kind of coordinated response usually reserved for major accidents or natural disasters. Their presence transformed the quiet residential street into something resembling a movie set, except the drama unfolding here carried consequences too real and permanent to be undone when filming wrapped. The officers who approached the Short home did so with weapons drawn and senses heightened, their training warning them that cut phone lines and missing persons often indicated ongoing danger rather than resolved crime. The front door stood locked, but the back door yielded to their careful pressure, swinging open to reveal the interior of a home that had been transformed from sanctuary into crime scene during the dark hours of the previous night. The smell hit them first, the metallic scent of blood mixed with the lingering aromas of domestic life that made the contrast even more jarring. Coffee cups sat on the kitchen counter, their contents long cold. A magazine lay open on the living room table where someone had been reading before their evening was interrupted by violence. These ordinary details made the horror that awaited them in the back bedroom even more shocking, because they spoke of lives that had been proceeding normally until the moment everything changed forever. Michael Short's body lay in the back bedroom, a single gunshot wound to the head having ended his life with clinical efficiency. The positioning suggested he had been awakened by some disturbance and was rising to investigate when his killer struck. There were no signs of struggle, no indication that he had time to defend himself or his family. The killer had moved with speed and purpose, eliminating the family's primary protector before he could comprehend the threat that had invaded their home. Mary Short was discovered in the same room, her body bearing the same devastating injury. A single gunshot wound to the head delivered with the same cold precision that had killed her husband. Like Michael, she showed no signs of having fought with her attacker, suggesting that events had unfolded too quickly for resistance. The killer had moved through the house like a professional, eliminating threats with the kind of efficiency that spoke of planning rather than passion, calculation rather than chaos. But Jennifer's absence transformed the crime scene from double homicide into something even more horrifying. A potential kidnapping that meant a 9-year-old child might still be alive somewhere, in the hands of someone who had already demonstrated a capacity for unspeakable violence. Her bedroom showed signs of hasty departure. Covers thrown back, clothes scattered, the kind of disarray that suggested she had been awakened suddenly and taken from the house against her will. The realization that Jennifer Short was missing triggered an immediate and massive response. The FBI's child abduction rapid deployment team was contacted, their specialized expertise in kidnapping cases deemed essential for a situation that had clearly moved beyond local law enforcement's typical jurisdiction. An Amber Alert was issued, spreading Jennifer's description across multiple states and mobilizing thousands of law enforcement officers in the search for a child who might be anywhere by now, whose captor had already proven their willingness to kill without hesitation. The Short family home became the epicenter of one of the largest criminal investigations in Virginia's recent history. Evidence technicians worked methodically through every room, photographing, measuring, and collecting anything that might provide clues to the killer's identity. The meticulous nature of their work reflected both the seriousness of the crimes and the complete absence of obvious leads. Whoever had done this had left behind no convenient calling cards, no readily identifiable evidence that would point investigators in the right direction. Neighbors gathered in small clusters along Virginia Avenue, their faces reflecting the kind of shock that comes when violence intrudes into spaces that had always felt safe. These were people who had shared countless conversations with the Short family, who had watched Jennifer grow from toddler to school-age child, who had trusted Michael to repair their vehicles and Mary to remember their birthdays and anniversaries. The idea that someone had deliberately targeted this family, people universally regarded as decent, kind, and wholly undeserving of violence, challenged every assumption they held about their community and their security within it. The investigation's initial hours revealed frustratingly little about the killer's identity or motives. The cut phone lines suggested premeditation, but they also indicated someone with enough familiarity to know the family's routines and the house's layout. The execution-style killing spoke of someone comfortable with firearms and violence, yet the absence of sexual assault or obvious robbery made it difficult to determine what had motivated these crimes. Jennifer's abduction added another layer of complexity, raising questions about whether she had been the primary target or simply a witness who couldn't be left behind. Local media descended on Oak Level with the kind of intensity usually reserved for major urban crime stories, their satellite trucks and camera crews transforming the quiet community into something resembling a disaster zone. Reporters interviewed neighbors, law enforcement officials, and anyone else willing to speak about the Short family and the crimes that had shattered their peaceful existence. The attention was simultaneously helpful, spreading Jennifer's picture and information to a wider audience, and intrusive, turning private grief into public spectacle. The community's response revealed the depth of affection and respect the Short family had earned during their years in Oak Level. Neighbors organized search parties, despite law enforcement's warnings that the perpetrator might still pose a danger. Local businesses contributed to reward funds, their owners recognizing that crimes this heinous demanded community-wide response. Churches held prayer vigils, their sanctuaries filled with people seeking comfort and meaning in the face of senseless tragedy. As the day progressed and no trace of Jennifer emerged despite intensive searching, the horrible possibility that she too might be dead began to weigh heavily on investigators and community members alike. Her kidnapping had initially provided hope that at least one member of the Short family might survive this nightmare, but experience warned that children taken during the commission of other violent crimes rarely remain alive for long. The window for finding Jennifer was closing with each passing hour, and everyone involved in the search understood that time was their enemy. The contrast between the morning's peaceful beginning and its horrific revelations seemed to encapsulate something essential about the nature of evil, its ability to intrude into the most ordinary moments and transform them into unimaginable tragedy. The Short family had awakened on August 15, 2002, expecting nothing more dramatic than another routine summer day. Instead, they had encountered violence so sudden and complete that two of them died without understanding why, while the third faced an uncertain fate that would haunt everyone who knew her story. The killer had accomplished their goals with the kind of methodical precision that suggested this hadn't been their first experience with violence. But they had also set in motion an investigation that would consume vast resources and attract national attention, turning their crimes into one of the most scrutinized unsolved cases in Virginia's history. Whether this level of attention had been part of their plan or an unwelcome complication remained unknown, but the murders of Michael and Mary Short and the abduction of Jennifer had transformed them from anonymous perpetrator into the focus of one of the most intensive manhunts in the region's history. The Amber Alert that pierced the summer afternoon air across Virginia, North Carolina, and surrounding states carried with it a photograph that would become seared into the collective consciousness of two communities united by tragedy. Jennifer Short's school picture showed a smiling 9-year-old with dark hair and bright eyes that seemed to hold infinite possibilities, the kind of innocent face that transforms abstract concepts of child abduction into visceral, personal horror for everyone who saw it. Within hours of the discovery at the Short home, law enforcement agencies across the region had mobilized resources that transformed the search for Jennifer into one of the most comprehensive missing child investigations in recent memory. FBI agents specializing in kidnapping cases descended on Henry County, bringing with them sophisticated equipment and years of experience that would be crucial in the race against time that everyone understood they were fighting. The Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team established command centers, coordinated with local agencies, and began the painstaking process of following every possible lead, no matter how remote the chances of success. The immediate hours following Jennifer's disappearance represented law enforcement's best opportunity to locate her alive. Statistical analysis of child abduction cases painted a grim picture. Children taken during the commission of violent crimes against family members rarely survived more than 24 hours. This knowledge drove investigators to work with an intensity that bordered on desperation, their professionalism tempered by the understanding that they were racing against odds that grew worse with each passing moment. The search began with the most logical starting point, the immediate area surrounding the short home and the routes a kidnapper might have taken to escape with a child. Specially trained search dogs were brought to the scene, their handlers hoping that Jennifer's scent might provide clues about the direction of her departure or locations where she might have been held. The dogs worked methodically through the surrounding woods and fields, their sensitive noses seeking traces of the little girl who had vanished from her bedroom in the early morning hours. Roadblocks appeared on major highways and secondary roads throughout the region, law enforcement officers stopping vehicles to check for any sign of Jennifer or her captor. The process was methodical and thorough, but it was also frustrating because investigators had no clear description of the suspect or the vehicle they might be driving. The killer had moved through the short home like a ghost, leaving behind devastating consequences, but no clear trail to follow. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit began constructing a profile of Jennifer's abductor based on the evidence available at the crime scene and the nature of the crimes committed. The execution-style killings of her parents suggested someone comfortable with violence and familiar with firearms. The cut phone lines indicated premeditation and planning. The absence of sexual assault at the scene and the lack of obvious robbery motives made it difficult to determine what had driven these crimes. But the profilers worked to understand the killer's psychology and predict their next moves. Local volunteers organized their own search efforts, despite law enforcement's concerns about civilian safety and the possibility that the perpetrator remained in the area. Oak-level residents who had known Jennifer since birth couldn't simply wait passively while professionals conducted their investigation. They formed groups that combed through areas not yet covered by official search teams, checked abandoned buildings and remote locations where a child might be hidden, and distributed flyers with Jennifer's photograph to businesses and community centers across the region. The community response revealed the depth of love and concern that Jennifer had inspired during her short life. Her elementary school teachers described a bright, caring child who had been excited about starting 4th grade and had spent the summer reading books that would prepare her for more challenging coursework. Her classmates and their parents organized prayer circles and vigils, their innocence struggling to comprehend how someone so kind and joyful could simply vanish from their midst. Church congregations throughout Henry County and beyond held special services focused on prayers for Jennifer's safe return. These gatherings provided comfort for community members struggling to process the violence that had invaded their peaceful corner of the world. But they also served as organizing centers for volunteer efforts and information sharing. The faith community's response demonstrated how tragedy can unite people across denominational lines when the stakes are clear enough and the need is urgent enough. Media coverage of Jennifer's disappearance spread her story far beyond Virginia's borders, bringing national attention to a case that might otherwise have remained confined to regional news outlets. Television networks picked up the story, broadcasting Jennifer's photograph and details of her abduction to millions of viewers who might spot her in their own communities. The exposure was a double-edged sword, helpful in spreading awareness but also intrusive for a family and community already overwhelmed by grief and fear. The investigation's scope expanded rapidly as leads poured in from across the country. Every reported sighting of a child matching Jennifer's description had to be investigated, no matter how unlikely or far from Virginia it originated. Law enforcement agencies in multiple states coordinated their efforts, understanding that Jennifer's kidnapper could have traveled hundreds of miles during the hours since her abduction. The sheer volume of tips and potential leads threatened to overwhelm investigators, but each one represented hope that Jennifer might still be alive and recoverable. Technology played a crucial role in the search efforts, with law enforcement agencies utilizing databases, communication networks, and analytical tools that previous generations of investigators could never have imagined. Traffic cameras along major highways were reviewed for any vehicles that might have passed through during the critical time window. Cell phone towers were analyzed for unusual activity that might indicate the presence of Jennifer's abductor. Credit card transactions and bank records were scrutinized for patterns that might reveal the killer's identity or location. The psychological toll on everyone involved in the search grew heavier as days passed without meaningful progress. Investigators worked 18-hour shifts, sustained by coffee, determination, and the knowledge that Jennifer's life might depend on their efforts. Community volunteers pushed themselves beyond exhaustion, driven by the same desperate hope that had mobilized them initially. Family, friends, and neighbors struggled with feelings of helplessness, wanting to contribute but unsure how their efforts might make a meaningful difference. Jennifer's extended family arrived in Oak Level from across the country, their presence providing both comfort and additional pressure for investigators who understood that they were working under the scrutiny of people whose lives had been shattered by these crimes. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins gathered to support each other and maintain hope. But their vigil also served as a constant reminder of what was at stake in the search for the missing child. The reward fund for information leading to Jennifer's safe return grew rapidly as local businesses, community organizations, and concerned individuals contributed whatever they could afford. The growing sum represented not just financial incentive for potential witnesses, but also the community's collective determination to bring Jennifer home safely. News of the reward spread through media outlets, carrying with it the hope that someone, somewhere, might have seen something crucial without initially recognizing its importance. As the first week of Jennifer's disappearance drew to a close, the statistical likelihood of finding her alive had diminished significantly, but law enforcement officials continued to pursue every possible lead with the same intensity they had brought to the investigation's opening hours. The professionalism and dedication of the agencies involved never wavered, even as the evidence suggested that Jennifer's fate might already have been determined in those first crucial hours after her abduction. The search expanded to include areas far from Virginia as investigators considered the possibility that Jennifer's kidnapper had transported her across state lines. Coordination with law enforcement agencies in North Carolina, Tennessee, West Virginia, and other surrounding states created a network of communication and resource sharing that represented one of the most comprehensive missing child investigations in the region's history. The interstate nature of the search reflected both the seriousness with which authorities treated the case and the growing recognition that Jennifer's abductor had demonstrated a level of planning and mobility that suggested familiarity with criminal behavior. Forensic experts continued their meticulous examination of the short home, hoping to find trace evidence that might have been overlooked in the initial investigation. Advanced techniques were employed to detect fingerprints, DNA evidence, or other physical clues that might identify Jennifer's abductor. The house remained sealed as a crime scene, its rooms frozen in time at the moment when a normal family's life had been transformed into a nightmare that continued to unfold with each passing day. The psychological profile of Jennifer's kidnapper evolved as more evidence was analyzed and behavioral experts refined their understanding of the crimes. The killer's ability to enter the short home, kill both parents with clinical efficiency, and abduct Jennifer without leaving obvious evidence suggested someone with experience in criminal behavior or possibly military or law enforcement training. This possibility raised disturbing questions about whether the perpetrator might be someone with legitimate access to information about investigative techniques and search procedures. Community meetings were held to keep residents informed about the investigation's progress and to provide guidance about personal safety measures that might be appropriate while Jennifer's kidnapper remained at large. These gatherings revealed the depth of fear that had settled over Oak Level and surrounding communities, as parents struggled with decisions about their children's activities and freedom. The violence that had shattered the Short family's sense of security had rippled outward to affect everyone who had previously trusted in their community's safety. Local businesses displayed Jennifer's photograph prominently, their owners hoping that increased visibility might somehow contribute to her safe return. Gas stations, restaurants, retail stores, and service providers throughout the region became informal command centers for information sharing and hope maintenance. The collective response demonstrated how a community could unite around shared determination to protect its most vulnerable members, even when the threat remained undefined and the enemy invisible. The FBI's continued presence in Henry County provided reassurance that Jennifer's case remained a priority for federal law enforcement, but it also served as a constant reminder of the seriousness of her situation. The agents' professional demeanor and obvious expertise inspired confidence, but their very presence acknowledged that local resources had been insufficient to resolve the crisis that had engulfed the Short family and their community. As August drew toward its end, the search for Jennifer Short had consumed thousands of hours of investigative work, involved hundreds of law enforcement personnel, and captured the attention of millions of people across the country. Despite these efforts, her whereabouts remained unknown, and the possibility that she might never be found alive loomed larger with each day that passed without meaningful progress. The dedication and professionalism of everyone involved in the search never diminished, but the grim reality of child abduction statistics cast an increasingly dark shadow over their efforts. The community's response to Jennifer's disappearance had revealed both the strength and vulnerability of rural America, people united by shared values and mutual care, but also isolated by geography and limited resources when confronted with crimes that exceeded their experience and expertise. The search for Jennifer Short had become more than an investigation. It had become a test of whether hope and determination could triumph over the kind of evil that strikes without warning and destroys without apparent reason. 6 weeks had passed since Jennifer Short vanished from her bedroom on Virginia Avenue. 6 weeks of relentless searching, desperate hope, and the gradual, heartbreaking acceptance that the bright-eyed 9-year-old who had once filled Oak Level with laughter might never come home again. The initial flood of tips and reported sightings had slowed to a trickle, each false lead another crushing blow to a community that had invested its collective heart in bringing Jennifer back safely. September 25, 2002, dawned gray and overcast, the kind of autumn morning that seems to mirror the somber mood of a world grown weary with waiting. The leaves had begun their transformation from summer green to the brilliant reds and golds that normally marked the season's beauty. But this year their change seemed to signal the closing of a chapter that no one wanted to end. The hope that Jennifer Short might still be alive somewhere, waiting for rescue. The discovery came not through the sophisticated investigative techniques that had consumed law enforcement resources for weeks, but through the simple act of a hunter preparing for the upcoming season. Deep in the woods of Rockingham County, North Carolina, approximately 50 miles from the Short family home, an experienced outdoorsman was scouting deer trails when he noticed something that didn't belong among the natural debris of the forest floor. What he found would end the search for Jennifer Short and transform her case from kidnapping to triple homicide in a moment that shattered the last remaining hopes of everyone who had prayed for her safe return. Jennifer's small body lay hidden among fallen leaves and underbrush, placed there with the same calculated precision that had marked every aspect of these crimes. The killer had chosen this remote location deliberately, understanding that it might be months or even years before she was discovered, if she was ever found at all. The hunter who made this terrible discovery would later describe the moment as one that changed him forever. The realization that he was looking at the remains of the missing child, whose photograph had dominated news broadcasts for weeks, sent him stumbling through the woods toward his truck, his hands shaking as he placed the call that would bring investigators racing to yet another crime scene connected to the Short family murders. Law enforcement's response to the discovery was swift and comprehensive, but it was also heavy with the weight of failure and loss. The FBI agents, state police investigators, and local officers who had worked tirelessly to find Jennifer alive now found themselves processing evidence from a crime scene that confirmed their worst fears. The little girl they had hoped to rescue had been dead for weeks, possibly killed shortly after her abduction from the family home. The medical examiner's initial assessment revealed that Jennifer had died from a gunshot wound to the head, the same method used to kill her parents. This detail provided investigators with confirmation that the same person was responsible for all 3 murders, but it also demonstrated the killer's complete lack of mercy or hesitation when it came to taking the life of an innocent child. The clinical nature of Jennifer's murder matched the execution-style killings of her parents, suggesting a perpetrator who viewed all 3 family members as obstacles to be eliminated rather than human beings deserving of life. The location where Jennifer's body was discovered became the focus of intensive forensic examination. Evidence technicians worked methodically through the surrounding area, hoping to find clues that might finally provide a breakthrough in the case. The remote nature of the site suggested that the killer was familiar with the region's geography and had chosen this location specifically because of its isolation. The fact that Jennifer's body had remained hidden for weeks despite extensive search efforts demonstrated the perpetrator's knowledge of how to conceal evidence effectively. News of Jennifer's discovery spread through Oak Level and beyond with the devastating finality of a death knell. The community that had maintained hope for 6 weeks suddenly found itself confronting the reality that all 3 members of the Short family were gone, that the evil that had invaded their peaceful corner of the world had been complete and uncompromising in its destruction. The vigils and prayer services that had once focused on Jennifer's safe return transformed into memorial gatherings for a child whose life had been cut short by incomprehensible violence. The Short family's extended relatives, who had maintained vigil in Henry County throughout the search, now faced the unbearable task of planning funeral services for 3 loved ones whose lives had been stolen without warning or apparent reason. The logistics of arranging simultaneous memorial services for parents and child seemed to symbolize the magnitude of loss that had befallen not just one family but an entire community that had claimed the Shorts as their own. Local churches prepared to accommodate crowds that would far exceed their normal capacity, as people from throughout the region sought ways to pay their respects to a family whose tragic end had touched hearts across state lines. The memorial services would provide an opportunity for communal grieving, but they would also highlight the absence of answers that continued to frustrate everyone seeking justice for Michael, Mary, and Jennifer Short. The investigation into the Short family murders intensified rather than concluded with Jennifer's discovery. Law enforcement agencies now had 3 confirmed homicides to solve, with evidence scattered across 2 states and a killer who had demonstrated both sophisticated planning and ruthless execution. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit refined their profile of the perpetrator based on the additional evidence provided by Jennifer's murder and the location where her body had been found. The psychological profile that emerged painted a picture of someone comfortable with extreme violence and capable of meticulous planning. The killer's ability to enter the Short home, eliminate both parents quickly and efficiently, abduct Jennifer without leaving obvious evidence, and then transport her to a remote location where she could be murdered and concealed suggested someone with experience in criminal behavior or specialized training. The complete absence of apparent motive made the profile even more chilling, because it indicated a perpetrator who might kill again if the circumstances seemed appropriate. Community leaders struggled to find words that could provide comfort in the face of such senseless tragedy. The random nature of the violence, striking a family universally regarded as decent, kind, and completely undeserving of harm, challenged fundamental assumptions about justice, safety, and meaning that form the foundation of civilized society. How do you explain to children that bad things happen to good people? How do you maintain faith in human decency when confronted with evil so complete and purposeless? The economic impact of the murders extended far beyond the immediate tragedy, affecting local businesses, tourism, and the general sense of security that communities require for healthy development. Oak Level and surrounding areas experienced the kind of collective trauma that occurs when violence shatters assumptions about safety and predictability. Parents kept children closer to home, neighbors viewed strangers with increased suspicion, and the kind of casual trust that had once characterized rural life became a casualty of the Short family's murders. Media coverage of Jennifer's discovery brought renewed national attention to the case, but it also marked a transition from hope-filled search story to unsolved murder investigation. Television networks and newspapers that had focused on the search for a missing child now examined the failures of the investigation and the continuing mystery of who had committed these crimes and why. The coverage kept the Short family's story in the public consciousness, but it also highlighted law enforcement's inability to solve what had become one of Virginia's most notorious unsolved cases. The reward fund for information leading to the killer's capture grew substantially following Jennifer's discovery, as community members and national donors recognized that justice for the Short family would require sustained public attention and financial incentives for potential witnesses. The growing reward represented both hope that someone would eventually come forward with crucial information and acknowledgement that solving these murders would require extraordinary efforts and resources. Investigators continued to pursue leads that emerged from the national publicity surrounding the case, but they also faced the reality that many of the most promising avenues for investigation had already been explored without producing meaningful results. The killer had planned these crimes carefully enough to avoid leaving behind the kind of obvious evidence that typically drives homicide investigations toward successful conclusions. DNA analysis, fingerprint comparisons, ballistics testing, and other forensic techniques had failed to provide the breakthrough that everyone hoped would identify the perpetrator. The Short family's funeral services drew thousands of mourners from across Virginia and North Carolina, their attendance demonstrating the impact that 3 lives had made on their community and the depth of loss that their deaths represented. The eulogies delivered for Michael, Mary, and Jennifer painted pictures of lives lived with purpose, kindness, and love, making their violent ends seem even more senseless and tragic. The services provided closure for some mourners, but they also highlighted the absence of justice that continued to frustrate everyone seeking accountability for these crimes. Local law enforcement agencies, the FBI, and other involved organizations conducted comprehensive reviews of the investigation, seeking to identify any missed opportunities or overlooked evidence that might still provide leads. The review process was thorough and self-critical, acknowledging that despite extraordinary efforts and resources, the investigation had failed to achieve its primary objective of identifying and apprehending the Short family's killer. The reviews also served to document lessons learned that might prove valuable in future cases with similar characteristics. The psychological impact on the investigators themselves became a concern as the case remained unsolved despite their best efforts. Law enforcement professionals who had devoted months of their lives to seeking justice for the Short family struggled with feelings of failure and frustration that extended beyond professional disappointment to personal anguish. The faces of Michael, Mary, and Jennifer Short haunted experienced investigators who had seen too much violence and solved too many cases to dismiss this failure as simply another unsolved crime. Community support groups formed to help Oak Level residents process the trauma and fear that had resulted from the murders. Mental health professionals recognized that the entire community was experiencing symptoms similar to those seen in combat veterans or disaster survivors: hypervigilance, anxiety, depression, and a fundamental loss of trust in the safety and predictability of their environment. The healing process would take years and might never be complete until the killer was identified and brought to justice. The Short family murders became a case study in criminal justice programs and law enforcement training academies, their unique characteristics and the investigation's challenges providing valuable learning opportunities for future investigators. The case highlighted both the sophistication of modern investigative techniques and their limitations when confronted with perpetrators who plan carefully and leave minimal evidence. Academic analysis of the case contributed to improved understanding of random violence and its investigation, but it couldn't provide the answers that would bring closure to the Short family's loved ones. Years passed without significant developments in the case, but law enforcement agencies never formally closed the investigation. Advanced DNA testing techniques that became available years after the murders were applied to evidence from the crime scenes, hoping that scientific advances might reveal clues that had been undetectable at the time of the original investigation. Cold case units periodically reviewed the evidence, seeking fresh perspectives that might identify previously overlooked connections or patterns. The anniversary of the Short family murders became an annual reminder of justice denied and questions unanswered. Each August 15th brought renewed media attention to the case, interviews with investigators and community members, and appeals for anyone with information to come forward. The anniversaries served to keep the case in public consciousness, but they also highlighted the passage of time and the growing likelihood that the killer might never be identified. Jennifer Short would have graduated from high school in 2011, would have attended college, might have married and started a family of her own. Instead, her life ended in a forest clearing 50 miles from home, another victim of violence that struck without warning and left behind no satisfactory explanations. Her parents, who had devoted their lives to providing her with love, security, and opportunities for growth, died without knowing why their family had been targeted or what their killer hoped to accomplish. The Short family murders remain unsolved today, more than 2 decades after they shocked the peaceful communities of Henry County, Virginia, and Rockingham County, North Carolina. The case file continues to exist in law enforcement databases, and investigators still occasionally follow leads that emerge from tips or advances in forensic technology. But for now, the questions that have haunted 2 communities since August 2002 remain unanswered. Who killed the Short family? Why were they targeted? And will justice ever be served for 3 innocent lives cut short by evil that came in the night and disappeared without a trace? The legacy of Michael, Mary, and Jennifer Short lives on in the memories of those who knew them and in the continued determination of investigators who refuse to let their case fade into obscurity. Their story serves as a reminder that evil can strike anywhere, anytime, but also that communities can unite in the face of tragedy and maintain hope even when justice seems impossibly distant. Somewhere, someone knows the truth about what happened to the Short family on that August night in 2002. Until that person speaks or evidence finally reveals the killer's identity, the search for justice continues, sustained by love for 3 lives that mattered far more than their killer could ever have understood. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Angel of Death, Amelia Dyer's Reign of Terror. The Thames whispered its darkest secrets on that March morning in 1896, when a bargeman's hook snagged something that would shatter Victorian England's facade of maternal sanctity. What emerged from those murky waters wasn't just another casualty of London's unforgiving streets. It was the first thread in a tapestry of horror that would unravel to reveal the most prolific child killer in British history. Amelia Elizabeth Dyer had masqueraded as salvation itself, a beacon of hope for desperate mothers drowning in poverty and shame. But behind her kindly grandmother's smile lurked something so monstrous, so calculating, that even hardened detectives would lose sleep over the carnage she left in her wake. For nearly 3 decades, this woman had transformed the sacred act of childcare into an assembly line of death. Her hands, those same hands that should have cradled and comforted, becoming instruments of systematic infanticide that claimed the lives of at least 400 innocent souls. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of human depravity, where motherhood becomes murder, where trust transforms into terror, and where the very concept of protection becomes predation. This is the story of how one woman's greed and callousness created a hell on earth for the most vulnerable among us, turning nurseries into morgues and lullabies into funeral dirges. The fog-choked streets of Victorian Bristol bore witness to the birth of evil on September 1st, 1837, though none who gazed upon the newborn Amelia Elizabeth Hobley could have foreseen the rivers of blood that would flow from her tiny hands. Born into a world where women's options were as limited as their hopes, Amelia entered life already marked by the brutal realities of 19th century existence. Her father, Samuel Hobley, was a master shoemaker whose leather-stained fingers and perpetually hunched shoulders told the story of a man ground down by endless toil. Sarah Hobley, her mother, existed in that shadowy realm occupied by countless Victorian wives, invisible, silent, and slowly dying from the inside out. The Hobley household reeked of tanned hides, desperation, and something else, something rotten that seemed to seep from the very walls themselves. Young Amelia's childhood unfolded like a series of progressively darker chapters in a Gothic novel. The Bristol of her youth was a cesspit of human misery, where cholera stalked the narrow alleyways like a hungry predator, and where poverty wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a death sentence delivered in slow, agonizing installments. The city's industrial heartbeat pounded relentlessly, drowning out the cries of those crushed beneath its mechanical feet. Education for girls of Amelia's station was a luxury few could afford, but somehow the young girl found herself learning to read and write, skills that would later become weapons in her arsenal of deception. She devoured penny dreadfuls and Gothic novels with an appetite that concerned her parents, losing herself in tales of murder, madness, and mayhem. These stories didn't frighten her, they fascinated her. While other children recoiled from darkness, Amelia embraced it like a long-lost lover. The first cracks in her psychological foundation appeared during adolescence. Neighbors began to whisper about the strange girl who showed no emotion when their pet cat died, who watched with clinical interest as chickens were slaughtered for Sunday dinner, who seemed to possess an unsettling ability to remain calm while chaos erupted around her. Her eyes, those pale, watery orbs that would later become infamous, held a coldness that made adults uncomfortable and other children instinctively avoid her. At 17, Amelia married George Thomas, a much older man whose primary attraction seemed to be his willingness to provide her with an escape from her suffocating family home. The marriage ceremony took place in a drafty church where the wind howled through broken stained glass windows like the wails of future victims. George was a simple man, a laborer whose calloused hands and limited imagination made him the perfect foil for Amelia's growing ambitions. Their union produced a daughter, Ellen, in 1856. For most women, motherhood represented the culmination of their biological destiny, but for Amelia, it became something else entirely. A laboratory for experimentation, a testing ground for the darkness that had been growing inside her like a malignant tumor. She studied her infant daughter with the detached fascination of a scientist examining a specimen, noting how easy it would be to silence those tiny cries forever. Ellen's early years were marked by mysterious illnesses and unexplained injuries that left neighbors scratching their heads and doctors baffled. The child seemed to exist in a perpetual state of sickness, her small frame racked by convulsions and fever that came and went with suspicious regularity. Amelia played the role of the devoted mother perfectly, hovering over Ellen's bedside with tears in her eyes and worry etched across her features. But those who looked closely might have noticed the calculating gleam that flickered in her gaze when she thought no one was watching. George Thomas died in 1869, his death as unremarkable as his life had been. The official cause was listed as tuberculosis, but whispers followed his funeral procession like carrion birds. Amelia's grief was theatrical and short-lived, replaced almost immediately by a pragmatic assessment of her new circumstances. As a widow with a teenage daughter, her options were limited, but her mind was already churning with possibilities that would have horrified a normal person. The baby farming trade had been flourishing in Victorian England for decades, a shadowy industry that catered to society's unwillingness to acknowledge its most shameful secrets. Unmarried mothers, desperate to hide their indiscretions, would pay handsomely to have their illegitimate children adopted by respectable women who promised to provide loving homes. It was a system built on desperation, shame, and willful ignorance, the perfect environment for someone like Amelia to flourish. She placed her first advertisement in 1872, carefully crafting the words to appeal to the most vulnerable. Married couple with no family would adopt a healthy child, nice country home. Terms, £15. The language was deliberately vague, the promises intentionally ambiguous. But for desperate mothers facing social ruin and economic destitution, Amelia's offer seemed like divine intervention. The first baby arrived on a rain-soaked Tuesday in November, carried by a sobbing 16-year-old girl whose life had been destroyed by a moment of passion with a married man. The mother clutched the infant to her chest as if trying to memorize every detail of the tiny face she would never see again. Amelia watched this heart-wrenching scene with professional detachment, already calculating how long she would need to wait before disposing of this particular burden. The baby, a girl with her mother's dark hair and her father's stubborn chin, lasted exactly 3 days. Amelia's method was elegant in its simplicity. A few drops of laudanum in the milk bottle, just enough to suppress the breathing reflex. The infant simply went to sleep and never woke up, her tiny life snuffed out as casually as one might extinguish a candle. Disposing of the body required more creativity. Victorian London was riddled with construction sites, abandoned buildings, and industrial waste dumps that could swallow a small corpse without leaving a trace. Amelia wrapped the lifeless form in newspapers and carried it through the foggy streets like a bundle of laundry, her heart rate never once exceeding its normal rhythm. The Thames became her favorite dumping ground, its dark waters accepting her offerings without judgment or question. The money was intoxicating. £15 represented more than most working-class families saw in 6 months, and it had taken Amelia less than a week to earn it. The mathematical equation was simple: maximum profit for minimal effort, with the added benefit of eliminating any witnesses to her crimes. Each successful adoption reinforced her belief that she had discovered the perfect criminal enterprise. Word of her services spread through London's underground network of midwives, baby farmers, and desperate women. She moved frequently, never staying in one location long enough for neighbors to become suspicious, always maintaining the facade of a respectable widow trying to make an honest living. Her advertisements grew bolder, her prices more competitive, and her methodology more refined. By 1879, Amelia had perfected her system. She would meet potential clients in public places, train stations, church steps, busy marketplaces, where tearful goodbyes could be disguised as normal family partings. The handoff was always quick and efficient. Money changed hands, documents were signed, usually with false names, and the baby disappeared into Amelia's world of shadows and silence. Her home, wherever it might be at any given time, became a way station between life and death. Infants would arrive healthy and crying, full of the potential that every newborn represents. Within days, sometimes hours, they would be reduced to silent bundles destined for unmarked graves or the murky depths of London's waterways. The nursery that should have been filled with laughter and love became instead a processing center for death, where cribs served as temporary holding cells for the condemned. The psychological toll of her activities seemed to affect Amelia not at all. If anything, each successful killing made the next one easier, the moral barriers eroding like a seawall battered by relentless waves. She began to view the infants not as human beings with inherent worth, but as problems to be solved, obstacles to be removed, sources of income to be efficiently processed. Her daughter Ellen, now a young woman, lived in this house of horrors with apparent obliviousness to her mother's true occupation. Whether this ignorance was genuine or willful remains one of the many mysteries surrounding Amelia's reign of terror. Ellen would later marry and move away, perhaps sensing on some subconscious level that distance from her mother was necessary for survival. The transformation from grieving widow to serial killer hadn't happened overnight. It had been a gradual metamorphosis, each dead infant serving as another step down a staircase that led into the deepest circles of hell. By the dawn of the 1880s, Amelia Dyer had become something unprecedented in criminal history, a woman who had industrialized murder, turning infanticide into a profitable business model that would make her one of the most prolific killers of all time. The stage was set, the methods perfected, and the appetite for death fully awakened. What followed would be 2 decades of systematic slaughter that defied comprehension, a killing spree so extensive that its full scope would never be fully understood. The monster had emerged from its chrysalis, and Victorian England would never be the same. The decade of the 1880s witnessed Amelia Dyer's transformation from occasional killer to systematic executioner, her cramped lodgings becoming an abattoir for the innocent. She had moved to Reading, Berkshire, a bustling market town where anonymity was easier to maintain, and where the constant flow of strangers provided perfect cover for her expanding operation. The house she rented on Kensington Road would become infamous as the epicenter of industrial-scale infanticide. Amelia's methodology had evolved from crude experimentation to refined efficiency. Her weapon of choice remained laudanum, that liquid devil disguised as medicine, but her application had become more sophisticated. She had learned to calculate dosages with pharmaceutical precision, ensuring that death came quickly but quietly, without the telltale signs of poisoning that might arouse suspicion. The babies simply seemed to waste away, their systems shutting down as if they had lost the will to live. But laudanum wasn't her only tool. Some infants proved more resilient than others, their tiny bodies fighting against the opium-based tincture with stubborn determination. For these fighters, Amelia employed more direct methods. Suffocation became her specialty. A pillow pressed firmly over a small face, or a hand clamped over nose and mouth until the struggling ceased. The act required no special equipment, left minimal evidence, and could be accomplished in the privacy of her own home without alerting neighbors to anything more suspicious than a crying baby who had suddenly fallen silent. Her advertisements had become masterpieces of manipulation, carefully crafted to appeal to the deepest fears and desperate hopes of vulnerable women. "Motherly lady wishes to adopt baby," read one. "Excellent references. Premium paid." Another promised, "Every comfort and care. Loving treatment." The words were chosen to paint pictures of idyllic domesticity, of spacious country homes where unwanted children would find love, education, and bright futures. The reality was a house of horrors that defied imagination. The front parlor, where Amelia met her clients, was decorated with false warmth. Doilies on every surface, religious texts prominently displayed, and photographs of healthy, happy children who were supposedly her previous success stories. But the children in those photographs were either long dead or had never existed at all, purchased from street photographers and repurposed to support her elaborate charade. The killing room was located at the back of the house, a cramped chamber where death was dispensed with mechanical regularity. Amelia had arranged the space with the efficiency of a factory floor. A changing table where infants received their final feeding, a rocking chair where she held them as the poison took effect, and a large chest where the bodies were stored until they could be disposed of. The walls seemed to absorb the silence that followed each murder, creating an atmosphere so oppressive that even hardened criminals would later refuse to enter the room. Her victims came from every stratum of society's margins. Servant girls who had been seduced by their employers, shop clerks who had fallen for the promises of married men, factory workers who couldn't afford another mouth to feed. All found their way to Amelia's door, clutching their most precious possessions and praying for miracles that would never come. Some mothers were little more than children themselves, barely 14 or 15, their own childhoods cut short by adult responsibilities they were never meant to bear. The handover ritual became increasingly sophisticated as Amelia's reputation spread. She would arrange meetings at busy train stations or public parks, locations where emotional farewells would seem natural and where witnesses would remember only a grandmother figure taking custody of a grandchild. The mothers rarely asked detailed questions about their children's futures. The shame and desperation that drove them to Amelia's door also prevented them from looking too closely at the arrangements they were making. Money flowed into Amelia's coffers like water into a drain. The fees she charged, typically between 10 and 50 pounds, depending on the client's apparent wealth, represented fortunes to working-class families. But for unwed mothers facing social destruction, no price was too high to pay for the chance to reclaim their lives. Amelia understood this desperation intimately and exploited it without mercy, sometimes demanding additional payments for special care or premium accommodations that existed only in her twisted imagination. The disposal of bodies had become an art form of horrific precision. The Thames remained her preferred dumping ground, but she had expanded her repertoire to include railway embankments, construction sites, and public garbage dumps. Each corpse was carefully prepared for its journey to oblivion. Wrapped in brown paper like a package bound for the post, weighted with stones or metal scraps to ensure it would sink, and transported under cover of darkness to minimize the risk of discovery. Some bodies were never meant to be found. Amelia had discovered that certain industrial chemicals could accelerate decomposition beyond recognition, reducing human remains to unidentifiable sludge within days. The basement of her reading home became a laboratory of decay, where she experimented with different combinations of acids and alkalis until she found formulas that could erase all traces of her victim's existence. The psychological toll of maintaining her double life manifested in increasingly bizarre behaviors. Neighbors reported seeing her talking to herself while hanging laundry, carrying on animated conversations with invisible companions. She began drinking heavily, not from guilt or remorse, but from the sheer stress of managing such a complex criminal enterprise. The alcohol didn't dull her efficiency. If anything, it seemed to liberate her from the last vestiges of human emotion that might have interfered with her work. Her appearance during this period reflected the monster she had become. Contemporary descriptions paint a picture of a woman prematurely aged by her crimes. Her once pleasant features now marked by a hardness that frightened children and made adults instinctively cross the street to avoid her. Her eyes had developed a predatory quality, constantly calculating and assessing everyone around her as potential victims or threats. The scale of her operation during the 1880s defied belief. Conservative estimates suggest she was killing at least 2 babies per week, though investigators would later theorize that the actual number might have been much higher. Her efficiency had improved to the point where she could process multiple victims simultaneously, running her death factory with the cold precision of a successful business enterprise. Communication with clients was maintained through an elaborate system of mail forwarding and coded advertisements. Amelia used multiple aliases and maintained correspondence addresses in different cities to confuse anyone who might try to track her movements. She had learned to forge references from previous employers, doctors, and clergy members, creating an entirely fictional background that portrayed her as the most trustworthy person imaginable. The money allowed her to maintain multiple residences, moving frequently to stay ahead of any potential investigations. Each new location required careful preparation, neighbors to charm, local officials to bribe, and escape routes to plan. She had become a master of deception, able to transform herself from a kindly grandmother into a respectable businesswoman or a grief-stricken widow, depending on the circumstances. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of her operation was its systematic nature. This wasn't the work of a madwoman acting on impulse. It was the calculated behavior of a predator who had found her perfect hunting ground. She kept meticulous records of her transactions, noting names, dates, amounts paid, and methods of disposal. These ledgers, which would eventually help convict her, read like the inventory logs of a wholesale butcher, reducing human lives to mere entries in a profit and loss statement. The babies themselves had become abstractions to her, problems to be solved rather than lives to be cherished. She no longer saw the trust in their eyes or felt the softness of their skin. They were simply units of currency, each one representing a few weeks of comfortable living. The transformation from mother figure to angel of death was now complete. By 1890, Amelia Dyer had established herself as the most successful baby farmer in England. Her reputation spread through whispered recommendations and coded references that circulated in the shadows of Victorian society. Women traveled hundreds of miles to place their children in her care, drawn by promises of love and security that existed only in their desperate imaginations. The machine of death she had constructed ran with terrifying smoothness, processing innocent lives with the efficiency of an industrial operation. But machines, no matter how well designed, eventually break down. And as the new decade dawned, the first cracks were beginning to appear in the facade that had protected Amelia Dyer for so long. The mounting pile of corpses was generating its own gravity, pulling her inexorably toward a reckoning that would expose the full extent of her crimes to a horrified world. The 1890s brought new challenges to Amelia's carefully orchestrated enterprise of death. Public awareness of baby farming abuses was growing, fueled by newspaper exposés and the efforts of child protection advocates who had begun to scrutinize the industry more closely. Parliament had passed the Infant Life Protection Act in 1897, requiring registration of anyone caring for more than one infant under 12 months old. But for Amelia, these obstacles represented opportunities rather than threats, chances to refine her methods and expand her territorial reach. She had relocated once again, this time to the Caversham area of Reading, where she established herself in a terraced house on Pigott's Road that would become her final killing ground. The property was ideal for her purposes, isolated enough to muffle sounds, but respectable enough not to arouse suspicion among the neighborhood's working-class residents. The landlord, impressed by Amelia's references and advance payment, asked no questions about his new tenant's profession. Her daughter Ellen had married Arthur Palmer, a man whose moral flexibility made him a perfect accomplice to Amelia's crimes. Whether through willful ignorance or active participation, the Palmer household became complicit in the grandmother's reign of terror. Ellen's own children grew up in an atmosphere of carefully managed secrecy, where certain rooms were off-limits and where questions about grandmother's work were met with swift silence. Amelia's network had expanded to include a complex web of accomplices and enablers. Midwives throughout London knew her name and directed desperate clients to her door in exchange for modest commissions. Corrupt clerks in registry offices provided false documents and death certificates. Even some police constables had been bought with carefully placed bribes, ensuring that inconvenient questions would be deflected or ignored entirely. The killing process had reached a level of industrial efficiency that would have impressed factory owners seeking to maximize production. Amelia had standardized her procedures to minimize risk while maximizing throughput. New arrivals were processed quickly, photographed for her records, examined for obvious health problems that might complicate disposal, and then assigned to one of several fate categories based on their perceived value and the urgency of their situation. Healthy infants from wealthy families commanded premium prices and received more elaborate treatment. Their deaths were staged to look like natural causes, gradual wasting diseases that could be attributed to genetic weaknesses or environmental factors. The bodies were prepared with cosmetic care and buried in proper graves with forged death certificates, allowing Amelia to maintain the fiction that these children had lived full, if brief, lives under her care. Less valuable victims, the offspring of servants and factory workers, were processed more efficiently. Laudanum doses were calculated for rapid effect, and disposal methods were chosen for convenience rather than concealment. These babies disappeared without trace, their brief existences erased as thoroughly as if they had never been born at all. But it was during this period that Amelia's methods became most creative and horrifying. She had discovered that certain infants could be kept alive for weeks or months, their suffering prolonged to extract additional payments from guilt-ridden mothers who wanted regular updates on their children's welfare. These letters, dictated to Ellen or written in Amelia's own increasingly erratic handwriting, painted pictures of healthy, happy babies thriving under grandmother's care. The reality was a chamber of calculated torture. These long-term victims were kept in drugged stupors, their systems flooded with just enough laudanum to keep them docile without killing them immediately. They lay in darkened rooms, their cries muffled by chemical sedation, slowly wasting away as Amelia extracted every possible penny from their parents' love and guilt. Some babies were subjected to deliberate medical experimentation. Amelia had developed a twisted curiosity about the limits of infant endurance, testing different poisons and suffocation techniques to determine which methods were most efficient. She kept detailed notes on reaction times, struggle duration, and post-mortem appearances, approaching murder with the methodical mindset of a research scientist. The disposal methods had also evolved into an art of concealment. Bodies were no longer simply dumped into rivers or buried in shallow graves. Amelia had learned to disassemble her victims, distributing parts across multiple locations to prevent identification, even if remains were discovered. Tiny limbs appeared in construction sites, torsos in garbage dumps, and heads in industrial furnaces, a geographic distribution of death that made investigation nearly impossible. Her correspondence with clients had become a masterpiece of psychological manipulation. She understood exactly what desperate mothers wanted to hear and provided those comforting lies with professional skill. Letters described fictional milestones, first words, first steps, first smiles, that existed only in Amelia's imagination but provided the emotional sustenance that kept payments flowing. The money was now substantial enough to support a lifestyle of comfortable respectability. Amelia dressed well, ate regularly, and maintained multiple residences across the Thames Valley. But wealth hadn't softened her methods. If anything, success had made her more ruthless. She had learned that sentiment was unprofitable and that efficiency required the complete suppression of human empathy. Her reputation in criminal circles had achieved legendary status. Professional thieves and con artists spoke her name with mixture of admiration and revulsion, recognizing her as someone who had achieved perfect criminal success. She had found a way to commit mass murder while maintaining complete social respectability, operating in plain sight of authorities who remained oblivious to the carnage happening under their noses. But success had also made her careless. The sheer volume of her operations required shortcuts that increased risk. Bodies were disposed of more hastily, records were kept less carefully, and accomplices were chosen more for availability than reliability. The machine that had run so smoothly for decades was beginning to show signs of wear. The first warning signs appeared in early 1896. A pair of bargemen working the Thames near Reading reported finding suspicious packages floating downstream. Packages that, when opened, revealed the decomposing remains of infant children. The local police initially dismissed these discoveries as unfortunate but unremarkable, given the poverty and desperation that characterized working-class life in industrial England. But Detective Inspector Anderson of Thames Valley Police possessed a more suspicious nature than his colleagues. The packages showed signs of careful preparation. Wrapped in newspapers, weighted with stones, sealed with tape that suggested deliberate concealment rather than casual disposal. Someone was dumping babies in the river with systematic regularity, and Anderson was determined to identify the perpetrator. His investigation began with the newspapers used to wrap the bodies. Each fragment was carefully cataloged and analyzed, revealing that the papers came from multiple sources across the Thames Valley region. The dates of publication suggested that someone was collecting newspapers over time, stockpiling them for use in body disposal. This level of premeditation indicated a criminal operation of considerable sophistication. The breakthrough came when Anderson discovered that several of the newspapers contained fragments of handwriting, shopping lists, address notations, and partial letters that had been used as padding inside the wrapped bundles. Forensic analysis revealed that multiple samples had been written by the same hand, a feminine script that exhibited certain distinctive characteristics that could be used for identification purposes. Meanwhile, Amelia continued her operations with undiminished efficiency. She had no idea that each body she dumped was providing evidence that would eventually lead investigators directly to her door. The very methodical nature that had made her so successful as a killer was now working against her, creating a paper trail of death that stretched across months and multiple crime scenes. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Anderson received a complaint from a desperate mother who had entrusted her baby to a woman calling herself Mrs. Thomas. The infant had supposedly been placed in a loving home, but the promised letters and updates had stopped arriving abruptly. The mother, overcome with worry, had traveled to the address provided and found it vacant, with neighbors reporting that Mrs. Thomas had disappeared without notice. Anderson recognized the pattern immediately. This wasn't an isolated case of adoption fraud. It was part of a larger criminal enterprise that was using baby farming as cover for systematic murder. His investigation expanded rapidly, revealing a network of false identities, forged documents, and suspicious deaths that spanned nearly 3 decades. The net was closing around Amelia Dyer, though she remained unaware of the danger. Her confidence had been built on years of successful operation, and she couldn't conceive that the same methods that had protected her for so long might now be used against her. She continued accepting new clients, processing new victims, and disposing of new bodies with the casual efficiency that had become second nature. But in the dark waters of the Thames, her victims were crying out for justice. Each wrapped bundle that floated to the surface was a silent accusation, a piece of evidence that would eventually form the foundation of the case against Britain's most prolific child killer. The woman who had turned murder into a profitable business was about to discover that even the most successful criminal enterprises eventually face a reckoning. The final chapter of Amelia Dyer's reign of terror was about to begin, and it would be written in the tears of the mothers she had betrayed and the blood of the innocents she had slaughtered. The trap that would finally ensnare Amelia Dyer was set in motion by a mother's love that refused to be silenced. Evelina Marmon, a 25-year-old barmaid from Cheltenham, had made the desperate decision to place her 4-month-old daughter, Doris, with a baby farmer after losing her job and facing eviction. The woman who called herself Mrs. Thomas had seemed like divine providence. Gentle grandmother, well-dressed, and full of assurances that little Doris would be raised with love and care. But when the promised letters stopped arriving and Mrs. Thomas vanished from her given address, Evelina's maternal instincts overrode her social embarrassment. She traveled to London, spent her last savings hiring a private detective, and eventually found her way to Detective Inspector Anderson's office at Thames Valley Police. Her tearful account of the missing Mrs. Thomas provided the final piece Anderson needed to connect the scattered evidence of his investigation. The breakthrough came on March 30th, 1896, when bargemen hauling nets near Caversham Lock made a discovery that would horrify even experienced police officers. Entangled in the debris was a brown paper parcel, carefully wrapped and weighted, that contained the body of an infant girl. But this victim was different from the others. The decomposition was minimal, suggesting recent death, and the wrapping paper bore a clear address written in feminine handwriting: Mrs. Thomas, Pigott's Road, Caversham. Anderson felt the electric thrill of a hunter who had finally cornered his prey. The address was real, occupied by a respectable-looking elderly woman who fit witness descriptions of Mrs. Thomas perfectly. But the name on the lease wasn't Thomas. It was Amelia Dyer, a widow with impeccable references who had paid 6 months' rent in advance and kept to herself since moving in the previous autumn. The surveillance began immediately. Anderson positioned constables around Pigott's Road in shifts, documenting every visitor and monitoring every movement. What they observed confirmed his worst suspicions. A steady stream of young women arrived at the house carrying infants, stayed for brief periods, and departed alone. The babies were never seen leaving. Inside the House of Horrors, Amelia was experiencing the first pangs of unease that had troubled her in decades. Her carefully honed survival instincts detected subtle changes in her environment. Neighbors who seemed more watchful, strangers who lingered too long on the street corner, an atmosphere of scrutiny that hadn't existed before. But her arrogance, built on years of successful killing, convinced her that any investigation would blow over as previous inquiries had. She was wrong. On April 3, 1896, Detective Inspector Anderson arrived at 45 Piggott's Road with a warrant to search the premises and arrest Amelia Elizabeth Dyer on suspicion of murder. The woman who opened the door bore little resemblance to the kindly grandmother depicted in her advertisements. Years of alcoholism and the psychological toll of mass murder had transformed her into something predatory and frightening, a creature whose very presence seemed to leach warmth from the air. The search of the house revealed evidence that exceeded even Anderson's darkest expectations. The killing room contained chemical apparatus for preparing poisons, detailed records of victim names and disposal methods, and correspondence with dozens of desperate mothers dating back nearly 20 years. But most damning of all were the bodies. 7 infant corpses in various stages of decomposition, stored in trunks and cupboards like inventory in a warehouse of death. Amelia's reaction to arrest was chillingly matter-of-fact. She showed no emotion as constables catalogued the evidence of her crimes, no remorse as they photographed the tiny victims she had murdered for profit. When questioned about the babies found in her house, she claimed they had died of natural causes and she had been unable to afford proper burial. Her lies were delivered with the practiced smoothness of someone who had spent decades deceiving others. But the physical evidence told a different story. Autopsies revealed traces of laudanum in tissue samples, signs of manual strangulation, and injuries consistent with deliberate suffocation. The babies hadn't died naturally. They had been systematically murdered by someone with detailed knowledge of infanticide techniques and access to pharmaceutical preparations. The investigation expanded rapidly as police realized the scope of Amelia's crimes. Her correspondence revealed a network of victims stretching across England, and her detailed records provided a roadmap to decades of murder that investigators had never suspected. Search warrants were executed at her previous addresses, revealing more bodies, more evidence, and more proof of a criminal enterprise that defied comprehension. The Thames was dragged systematically, yielding a horrific harvest of infant remains wrapped in newspaper and weighted with stones. Each body told the same story: healthy babies who had died violently after being placed in Amelia's care. The river had become her dumping ground, accepting her offerings without complaint and preserving the evidence that would eventually convict her. Public reaction to the arrests was explosive. Newspapers competed to publish the most sensational headlines, dubbing Amelia the reading baby farmer, and later, more memorably, the Angel of Death. The revelations shattered Victorian assumptions about maternal instincts and female nature, forcing society to confront the possibility that women could be as predatory and calculating as the worst male criminals. The trial, which began at the Old Bailey on May 22, 1896, was a sensation that drew spectators from across Europe. The courtroom was packed with journalists, social reformers, and curious members of the public who came to see the woman who had industrialized infanticide. Amelia sat in the dock with apparent calm, her pale eyes scanning the crowd as if assessing them for potential profit. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. Witness after witness testified to placing healthy infants in Amelia's care and never seeing them again. Medical experts described the systematic nature of the murders, explaining how laudanum had been used to paralyze respiratory systems and how manual suffocation had been employed when poison proved insufficient. The evidence painted a picture of calculated evil that shocked even experienced legal professionals. Amelia's defense was pathetic and unconvincing. Her solicitor argued that she was merely a baby farmer who had been overwhelmed by the number of infants in her care, suggesting that the deaths were accidental results of negligence rather than deliberate murder. But the careful planning revealed in her correspondence, the systematic disposal methods, and the sheer scale of the killing made this explanation impossible to accept. When called to testify in her own defense, Amelia proved to be her own worst enemy. Her cold demeanor and calculated responses horrified the jury, who expected to see some trace of human emotion or remorse. Instead, they witnessed a woman who spoke of infant deaths with the casual indifference of someone discussing livestock. Her lack of empathy was so complete that it seemed almost supernatural. The jury deliberated for less than 5 minutes before returning a verdict of guilty on the charge of murder. When asked if she had anything to say before sentencing, Amelia finally showed emotion. Not remorse for her victims, but anger at being caught. She ranted about the unfairness of her treatment, the biased nature of the proceedings, and the hypocrisy of a society that had created the conditions that made her crimes possible. Judge Hawkins, sentencing her to death, delivered a condemnation that resonated far beyond the courtroom. "You have shown yourself to be a woman of the worst possible type, and I can find no words to adequately express my detestation of the horrible crimes of which you have been convicted. The sentence of this court is that you be taken to the place from whence you came, and from there to a place of execution, and that you there be hanged by the neck until you are dead." The weeks following her sentencing revealed the true scope of Amelia's crimes as investigators continued their grim work. Conservative estimates placed her victim count at over 400 infants, making her one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. But the actual number would never be known. Decades of systematic disposal had erased too many traces, leaving behind only fragmentary evidence of lives that had been snuffed out before they could truly begin. Her final days were spent in Newgate Prison, where she maintained the same emotionless demeanor that had characterized her throughout the trial. Prison chaplains who attempted to elicit some expression of remorse found themselves facing a void where human conscience should have existed. She showed more concern for the quality of her meals than for the hundreds of babies whose lives she had stolen. The execution was scheduled for June 10, 1896, drawing crowds that stretched for blocks around the prison walls. Public fascination with her case had reached fever pitch, fueled by newspaper accounts that detailed the systematic nature of her killing methods and the calculating coldness with which she had operated for nearly 3 decades. Street vendors sold pamphlets containing her confession, a fabricated document that bore little resemblance to her actual statements. On the morning of her execution, Amelia finally showed signs of fear. The reality of her approaching death penetrated the psychological armor she had constructed around herself, revealing the coward who had hidden behind a grandmother's mask while murdering defenseless infants. She spent her final hours writing letters to relatives, not expressing remorse for her crimes, but complaining about the injustice of her fate. James Billington, the public executioner, later described Amelia as one of the most unsettling criminals he had ever encountered. Her complete lack of emotional response to the gravity of her situation disturbed even this man who had ended dozens of lives in the course of his professional duties. As she was led to the gallows, her primary concern seemed to be the potential indignity of the spectacle rather than any reckoning with the moral weight of her actions. The drop fell at precisely 9 a.m. on June 10, 1896, ending the life of Britain's most prolific child killer. Death was instantaneous, a mercy she had never afforded her own victims, who had died slowly and painfully under her care. The crowd that had gathered to witness justice being served erupted in cheers, their voices carrying a collective sense of relief that the monster had finally been stopped. But Amelia's death marked only the beginning of a broader reckoning with the social conditions that had enabled her crimes. The baby farming industry, which had operated in shadows and silence for decades, suddenly found itself under intense scrutiny. Parliament strengthened child protection laws, requiring stricter oversight of anyone caring for infants and imposing severe penalties for those who violated public trust. The investigation continued long after Amelia's execution, revealing a network of accomplices and enablers who had profited from her crimes. Several midwives were arrested for directing clients to her services. Corrupt officials faced prosecution for accepting bribes, and the landlords who had knowingly rented properties for use as killing grounds found themselves subject to civil lawsuits from victims' families. Perhaps most tragic was the discovery of Amelia's detailed records, which revealed the identities of mothers who had never learned the fate of their children. Police officers were assigned the heartbreaking task of informing these women that their babies had been murdered within days or hours of being placed in Amelia's care. Some mothers had spent years wondering about children who were already decades dead. The psychological impact on investigating officers was profound and lasting. Detective Inspector Anderson, who had led the investigation, reportedly suffered nightmares for years afterward, haunted by images of the infant corpses he had discovered in Amelia's house. Several constables requested transfers to other duties, unable to continue working cases involving children after witnessing the evidence of her systematic cruelty. The case became a watershed moment in British criminal justice, establishing new protocols for investigating child abuse and creating specialized units within police forces to handle crimes against vulnerable victims. The legal precedents established during Amelia's prosecution would influence criminal law for decades to come, particularly regarding the prosecution of serial killers and the handling of forensic evidence. Medical professionals were forced to confront the possibility that their own treatments and medications could be weaponized against innocent victims. The use of laudanum as a murder weapon led to stricter controls on opium-based medications and requirements for detailed record-keeping by doctors and pharmacists who dispensed such substances. The social reform movement gained tremendous momentum from the revelations of Amelia's crimes. Child protection advocates used her case as proof that existing laws were inadequate to protect society's most vulnerable members. The publicity surrounding her trial led to increased funding for orphanages, stricter regulation of adoption services, and greater support for unmarried mothers who might otherwise be driven to desperate measures. But perhaps the most lasting impact was psychological. The case shattered Victorian assumptions about female nature and maternal instincts, forcing society to acknowledge that women could be as capable of systematic evil as men. The comfortable fiction that motherhood automatically conferred moral superiority was destroyed by the evidence of what Amelia had done to the children placed in her care. Her name became synonymous with betrayed trust and perverted care, a cautionary tale told to illustrate the depths of human depravity. Amelia Dyer entered the lexicon as shorthand for anyone who used a position of authority or trust to prey upon the vulnerable. Her crimes became a benchmark against which other acts of evil were measured. The Thames Valley, once merely a scenic waterway, became forever associated with the discovery of her victims. Bargemen working the river reported that they could never again pull objects from the water without remembering the wrapped bundles that had contained the remains of murdered infants. The geographical landscape itself had been contaminated by the memory of her crimes. In death, Amelia Dyer achieved a form of immortality, but not the kind that any rational person would desire. She became a symbol of ultimate evil, a reminder that monsters don't always announce themselves with obvious malevolence. Sometimes they come disguised as helpers, wearing masks of kindness while harboring hearts of unprecedented darkness. The babies she murdered were never forgotten. Memorial services were held across England for the unnamed victims whose brief lives had been stolen before they could make any mark on the world. Their deaths served as a catalyst for social change that protected countless other children from similar fates, giving meaning to lives that had seemed meaningless. Today, more than a century after her execution, Amelia Dyer's name still evokes horror and disbelief. Criminologists study her methods, psychologists analyze her motivations, and historians use her case to illustrate the social conditions of Victorian England. She remains a subject of fascination not because of any admirable qualities, but because her crimes were so extensive and systematic that they defied contemporary understanding of human evil. The woman who had turned childcare into a factory of death, who had monetized maternal love and industrialized infanticide, had finally met her match in a justice system that refused to be deceived by her grandmother's mask. Her reign of terror was over, but the scars she left on British society would never fully heal. In the end, Amelia Elizabeth Dyer's legacy was written in blood and measured in the silence of voices that would never speak, the laughter that would never ring out, and the dreams that would never be fulfilled. She had stolen more than lives. She had stolen futures, possibilities, and the fundamental trust between those who protect and those who need protection. The angel of death had finally been grounded, her wings clipped by justice and her voice silenced forever. But the memory of her crimes continues to whisper warnings to anyone willing to listen. That evil can wear any face, operate from any motivation, and hide behind any mask. The true horror of Amelia Dyer wasn't just in what she did, but in how long she was able to do it while the world looked the other way. Her story stands as eternal testimony to the price of indifference, and the deadly consequences of a society that fails to protect its most vulnerable members. In the end, she got exactly what she deserved, but her victims got far less than what they were owed. Their brief lives and brutal deaths became the foundation for a better world, one where such systematic evil would be harder to hide and more difficult to sustain. The Thames still flows past Reading, carrying its burden of history toward the sea. But it carries other things now too: the memory of justice served, the promise of protection strengthened, and the voices of the innocent crying out across time to remind us that vigilance against evil is the price of civilization itself. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Flora Inferno, When Evil Consumed a Small Town. The screams pierced through the midnight air like shattered glass, echoing across the cornfields of Flora, Indiana, a town where neighbors knew each other's middle names and front doors remained unlocked. But on that cursed November evening in 2016, evil crept through the shadows of this peaceful community, carrying with it flames that would consume far more than wood and plaster. For young girls, sisters Rose, 17, and Kiana, 11, along with their cousins Kiara, 17, and Cariel, 9, would never see another sunrise. Their agonizing final moments would haunt investigators for years, as they uncovered a web of violence so twisted, so methodical, that it shattered every assumption about the monster lurking among them. This isn't just another house fire. This is the story of calculated brutality, of lives extinguished by human hands, and of a predator whose thirst for destruction knew no bounds. Tonight, we descend into the darkness that consumed Flora, where the scent of smoke still lingers, and where justice came at a price too terrible to fathom. Flora, Indiana sits like a forgotten photograph in Carroll County, population barely scraping 300 souls. The kind of place where tractors share narrow roads with pickup trucks, where church bells mark time more reliably than any clock, and where strangers are noticed before their engines cool. Main Street stretches only a few blocks, lined with weathered storefronts that have witnessed generations of farmers, factory workers, and families who planted roots deep in the Indiana soil. November 20th, 2016, arrived with the bitter promise of winter. Gray clouds pressed against the earth like a suffocating blanket, and the wind carried the sharp scent of dying leaves. Most residents had settled into their evening routines. Dinner dishes cleared, children bathed and tucked into bed, porch lights flickering on against the encroaching darkness. It was the kind of quiet Sunday night that Flora had perfected over decades, where the most exciting event might be a raccoon rattling garbage cans or a dog barking at shadows. The mobile home at 523 West Columbia Street appeared no different from the dozen others scattered along the gravel road. A single wide trailer with aluminum siding, it housed a family that had known both struggle and love in equal measure. Inside, four young girls were preparing for another school week. Rose Alwood, just 17 years old, carried herself with the maturity of someone forced to grow up too quickly. Her younger sister Kiana, 11, possessed the infectious giggle that could brighten even the gloomiest Indiana morning. Their cousins, Kiara Phillips, 17, and little Cariel, only 9, completed this tight-knit family unit that had learned to depend on each other through life's relentless challenges. The evening progressed with familiar comfort. Homework spread across the kitchen table, the television murmuring in the background, quiet conversations about upcoming tests and weekend plans. Rose helped Kiana with her math homework while Kiara painted Cariel's fingernails a bright purple that would make her friends jealous at school. These were the precious, ordinary moments that families treasure without realizing their fragility. Laughter echoing through thin walls, the soft padding of feet across worn linoleum, the gentle hum of a household settling into sleep. As midnight approached, Flora transformed into a different creature altogether. Streetlights cast eerie pools of yellow against the encroaching darkness, and the wind picked up, carrying with it an unsettling energy that seemed to whisper warnings to anyone listening. The cornfields surrounding the town rustled with an almost sentient presence, their dried stalks creating a symphony of scratching sounds that could make even the bravest soul quicken their step. But something else moved through Flora that night, something that breathed with malicious intent, that watched and waited with the patience of a predator. The mobile home on West Columbia Street had become a target, though the four sleeping girls had no way of knowing that death was already measuring their doorframe, calculating entry points, and preparing to unleash hell upon their sanctuary. At precisely 12:23 a.m., the first orange tongues of flame began their deadly dance. Not from a forgotten candle or faulty wiring, but from the deliberate application of an accelerant that would ensure rapid, devastating consumption. The fire moved with unnatural speed, racing along predetermined paths like liquid lightning, seeking out every corner, every hiding place, every possible escape route with the precision of something guided by human intelligence rather than chance. The flames climbed the trailer's walls with ravenous hunger, peeling back the aluminum siding like skin from a wound. Windows exploded outward in showers of glass that caught the firelight like deadly confetti. The temperature inside soared to levels incompatible with human survival, turning the air itself into a weapon that seared lungs and melted plastic into toxic rivers. Rose awakened first, her 17-year-old consciousness jolted from dreams into a nightmare beyond imagination. Smoke had already begun its suffocating embrace, filling her throat and lungs with caustic poison. The hallway glowed with an hellish orange light that spoke of destruction advancing faster than human legs could carry desperate souls to safety. But Rose's first thought wasn't for herself. It was for her little sister, for her cousins, for the family she loved more than her own life. The heat intensified with each passing second, turning doorknobs into branding irons and walls into furnace grates. Rose's bare feet found scorching linoleum as she struggled toward Kiana's room, her voice raw from smoke inhalation as she screamed warnings that may have come too late. The trailer had become a death trap, every potential exit blocked or compromised by flames that seemed to anticipate every desperate attempt at escape. Neighbors reported seeing the orange glow first, that terrible beacon that transforms peaceful nights into waking nightmares. Chuck Morer, living 3 houses down, would later tell investigators that the light was so intense it illuminated his bedroom walls like a grotesque sunrise. The sound followed, not just the crackling of burning wood and melting plastic, but something far more horrifying. The screams of 4 young girls trapped inside a rapidly disintegrating metal coffin. The Flora Volunteer Fire Department received the emergency call at 12:31 a.m., 8 precious minutes after the fire had already gained unstoppable momentum. Chief Jeff Morer, no relation to the witness, responded with his small but dedicated crew, their hearts already heavy with the knowledge that in a town this size, they likely knew the victims personally. The 2-mile drive felt like crossing continents, each second stretching into eternity as radio chatter painted an increasingly desperate picture. Upon arrival, firefighters encountered a scene that would haunt them for the remainder of their lives. The mobile home had transformed into a blazing rectangle of hell, flames shooting 30 feet into the night sky with a roar that drowned out shouted commands and urgent radio transmissions. The heat was so intense that even professional firefighters in full protective gear couldn't approach within 50 feet of the structure. Water from their hoses turned to steam before reaching the flames, creating ghostly clouds that obscured their vision and amplified the apocalyptic atmosphere. But it was the sounds emerging from that inferno that truly broke these brave men and women. Faint at first, then growing more desperate. The voices of 4 young girls calling for help, for their mothers, for God himself to deliver them from this blazing purgatory. Rose's voice could be heard above the others, still trying to coordinate an escape, still fighting to save her family even as the fire consumed the oxygen around them and turned their sanctuary into a crematorium. Firefighter Danny Morer, a 20-year veteran who had seen his share of tragedies, later described the helplessness that overwhelmed the entire crew. "We could hear them," he told investigators, his voice breaking even months later. "We could hear them calling out, but there was nothing, absolutely nothing, we could do. The fire was just too hot, too fast, too complete. It was like trying to rescue someone from the surface of the sun." The flames continued their merciless advance, consuming everything in their path with the thoroughness of a military operation. Family photographs curled and blackened, transforming memories into ash. Children's toys melted into unrecognizable plastic sculptures. The very structure of the home began to collapse, aluminum beams twisting into modern art that spoke only of destruction and loss. By 1:15 a.m., the screaming had stopped. The silence that followed was perhaps more devastating than the chaos that preceded it. Firefighters continued their battle against the blaze, but everyone present understood that their mission had shifted from rescue to recovery. The mobile home continued to burn for another hour, flames gradually diminishing as they ran out of fuel, leaving behind a skeleton of twisted metal and the acrid stench of destruction that would linger in the nostrils of first responders for months to come. As dawn approached, Carroll County Coroner Dave Grimes arrived to begin the grim task of recovery. What he found inside the charred remains defied every assumption about accidental house fires. The 4 bodies were discovered in positions that suggested desperate attempts at escape, clustered together in what appeared to be the farthest corner from the fire's origin. Rose's body showed evidence of her heroic attempts to protect the younger girls, her arms positioned as if shielding them from the flames even in death. But it was the location of the bodies that first raised investigative eyebrows. All 4 girls were found in the rear of the trailer, far from the bedrooms where they should have been sleeping. This positioning suggested they had been awake and mobile when the fire started, possibly awakened by sounds or smells that preceded the blaze. More disturbing still, preliminary examination revealed no obvious smoke inhalation damage in their airways, a finding that would prove crucial as the investigation unfolded. The fire's point of origin was equally puzzling. Arson investigators noted that the flames appeared to have started simultaneously in multiple locations, a pattern inconsistent with accidental ignition sources. Burn patterns on the floor and walls suggested the presence of accelerants, and the rapid, complete destruction of the structure indicated planning and preparation that eliminated any possibility of survival or escape. As news of the tragedy spread through Flora's tight-knit community, residents gathered in small groups, their voices hushed with shock and disbelief. This was supposed to be the kind of place where the worst crime was teenage vandalism or the occasional domestic dispute. The idea that 4 innocent children could die so violently, so suddenly, challenged every assumption about safety and security that small-town life was supposed to provide. But this was only the beginning. The investigation into the Flora fire had barely begun when a chilling realization struck the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. This wasn't an isolated incident. Detective Sergeant Trina Frisbee, a 23-year veteran with an instinct for patterns that criminals often underestimated, started connecting dots that painted a terrifying picture of systematic violence targeting Flora's most vulnerable residents. 3 years earlier, on September 26, 2013, flames had consumed another mobile home just 14 blocks away. That fire claimed the lives of Charles and Sylvia White, an elderly couple in their 70s who had lived in Flora for most of their adult lives. Charles, a retired factory worker with hands gnarled from decades of honest labor, and Sylvia, a former seamstress known throughout the community for her quilts and kind heart, had died in circumstances remarkably similar to the November tragedy. The White fire had been officially classified as accidental, attributed to an electrical malfunction in the home's aging wiring system. But as Detective Frisbee re-examined the case files with fresh eyes, disturbing parallels emerged. Both fires had started after midnight. Both had burned with unusual intensity and speed. Both had left behind burn patterns that, upon closer examination, suggested multiple points of ignition. Most telling of all, both fires had occurred in homes housing individuals who might be considered easy targets by someone with predatory instincts. The Whites had been isolated, elderly, and vulnerable. Charles suffered from mobility issues that would have made escape difficult, while Sylvia's hearing problems meant she might not have awakened quickly enough to the danger. The 4 young girls in the November fire were similarly helpless, children who posed no physical threat and whose screams would be dismissed by neighbors as playful noise until it was too late. But Detective Frisbee's investigation uncovered something even more disturbing. These weren't the only suspicious fires in Flora's recent history. Records revealed a pattern of property fires stretching back nearly a decade, each carefully spaced to avoid drawing attention, each targeting structures where vulnerable people lived alone or with minimal protection. On March 15, 2011, a barn fire on the outskirts of town had killed 14 horses belonging to elderly rancher William Morrison. Morrison, who lived alone and relied on those animals for both companionship and modest income, had been devastated by the loss. Fire investigators found evidence of accelerant use but attributed it to improperly stored gasoline. Morrison himself had been found unconscious near the barn, suffering from smoke inhalation so severe it suggested he had been inside the structure when the fire started, an unlikely scenario if he had been awakening to the sound of his horses in distress. 2 years before that, on August 8, 2009, a house fire had claimed the life of Rebecca Martinez, a single mother who had moved to Flora seeking a fresh start after an abusive marriage. Martinez's 7-year-old daughter had survived only because she was spending the night with relatives, a lucky coincidence that the killer couldn't have anticipated. The fire had started while Martinez was sleeping, and like the others, it had burned with suspicious intensity and speed. Each incident, viewed in isolation, appeared tragic but explainable. Together, they revealed a methodical predator who had been operating in Flora for nearly a decade, perfecting techniques of murder that left minimal evidence and maximum devastation. The killer had learned to time attacks for maximum vulnerability, to use fire as both weapon and evidence destroyer, and to select victims who would be missed but not immediately suspected as murder cases. State Fire Marshal Investigator David Koenig joined the growing task force, bringing with him expertise in arson patterns and accelerant analysis. His examination of the November fire scene revealed disturbing evidence that had been overlooked in the initial chaos. Chemical tests detected traces of gasoline in multiple locations throughout the destroyed mobile home, applied in patterns that ensured rapid spread and eliminated escape routes. The placement was too strategic to be accidental, too comprehensive to be the work of an amateur. More chilling still, Koenig's analysis suggested the arsonist had been inside the mobile home before setting the fire. Accelerant patterns indicated someone with intimate knowledge of the layout, someone who had moved through the structure systematically, ensuring that every potential exit would be blocked or compromised. The killer hadn't simply thrown gasoline around randomly. They had planned and prepared with the precision of a military operation. This revelation transformed the investigation from a tragic accident inquiry into a serial murder case. FBI profilers were consulted, their analysis painting a picture of an organized killer who derived satisfaction from the complete control and helplessness of his victims. The use of fire suggested someone comfortable with destruction, possibly with professional knowledge of accelerants and burn patterns. The targeting of vulnerable victims indicated a cowardly predator who avoided confrontation but craved the power that came from orchestrating life and death. As investigators dug deeper into Flora's history, they uncovered a network of fear and suspicion that had been simmering just below the community's peaceful facade. Elderly residents spoke of feeling watched, of strange sounds around their homes at night, of the uneasy sensation that someone was studying their routines and vulnerabilities. Young mothers mentioned men who paid too much attention to their children, who asked too many questions about family schedules and living arrangements. The killer had been operating in plain sight, integrated into the community in a way that provided both access and cover. This wasn't a stranger passing through town. This was someone who attended local events, shopped at the same stores, possibly even participated in the volunteer fire department's fundraising efforts. The horrifying realization that a trusted community member was systematically murdering neighbors created an atmosphere of paranoia that poisoned every interaction. Detective Frisbee began conducting interviews with anyone who had been present at multiple fire scenes. Volunteer firefighters, EMT personnel, curious neighbors, even local reporters, anyone who might have shown unusual interest in the destruction. The killer's psychology suggested he would want to witness the results of his handiwork, to feed off the chaos and grief he had created. One name kept appearing in witness statements and sign-in logs: Danny Moore, a volunteer firefighter who had been present at every major fire in Flora over the past decade. Moore, a 34-year-old factory worker, had joined the volunteer department in 2008, shortly before the pattern of suspicious fires began. Colleagues described him as enthusiastic but odd, someone who seemed to take unusual pleasure in the destruction they were called to combat. Fire Chief Jeff Moorer, no relation despite the shared surname, later admitted to investigators that Danny had raised concerns among other volunteers. "He was always first on scene," the chief explained, "which we initially appreciated. But then we started noticing he spent a lot of time talking to witnesses, asking detailed questions about what they had seen and heard. He seemed more interested in the victims than in fighting the fire." More disturbing evidence emerged from Danny's personal life. Neighbors reported seeing him walking through Flora's residential areas late at night, often stopping to peer into windows or test door handles. His work schedule at the local factory provided alibis for some of the fires, but investigators discovered he had been switching shifts with colleagues, creating windows of opportunity that aligned perfectly with the timing of the attacks. Danny's apartment, when finally searched with a warrant, revealed a disturbing collection of newspaper clippings, photographs, and detailed notes about Flora's residents. He had compiled information on vulnerable individuals throughout the community: elderly people living alone, single mothers, families with small children. The files read like a predator's shopping list, complete with notes about daily routines, family schedules, and potential entry points to homes. Among Danny's possessions, investigators found accelerants, timing devices, and detailed diagrams of several mobile homes that had been targeted in his attacks. Most chilling of all was a journal that chronicled his escalating fantasies of control and destruction. Early entries focused on setting small fires in abandoned buildings, describing the rush of power he felt watching flames consume property. Later entries detailed plans for targeting specific individuals, complete with sketches of escape routes and timing calculations. The journal entries revealed a killer who viewed his victims not as human beings, but as objects to be manipulated and destroyed for his entertainment. He wrote about the whites with clinical detachment, describing their deaths as successful tests of his developing techniques. The entries about the 4 young girls were particularly disturbing, revealing someone who had studied their schedules, their sleeping arrangements, and their family dynamics before deciding they would make suitable targets for his most ambitious attack yet. But perhaps most horrifying were the journal's final entries, written in the weeks before his arrest. Danny had been planning additional attacks, targeting other vulnerable residents of Flora with increasingly sophisticated methods. His ultimate goal appeared to be a series of simultaneous fires that would overwhelm the volunteer fire department and create maximum chaos and destruction throughout the community. The arrest came on December 15, 2016, less than a month after the mobile home fire that claimed 4 young lives. Danny Moorer was taken into custody without incident as he reported for his shift at the factory, his ordinary appearance and calm demeanor providing stark contrast to the monster that investigators now knew him to be. As news of the arrest spread through Flora, residents struggled to process the revelation that their neighbor, their fellow volunteer firefighter, their trusted community member had been systematically murdering them for nearly a decade. The man who had responded to their emergency calls had been the one creating the emergencies. The person they had thanked for his service had been the very predator they needed protection from. The interrogation room at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office had witnessed countless confessions, but nothing had prepared investigators for the chilling composure of Danny Moorer. Seated across from Detective Frisbee and FBI profiler Dr. Sarah Chen, he displayed none of the nervous energy or defensive behavior typical of suspected killers. Instead, he sat with an almost serene satisfaction, as if finally being recognized for his work had filled some deep psychological need. Dr. Chen, who had interviewed dozens of serial killers throughout her career, later described Moorer as one of the most unsettling subjects she had ever encountered. He didn't see his actions as crimes, she explained to the investigative team. In his mind, he was performing a service, cleaning up what he viewed as society's undesirable elements. The lack of remorse wasn't just concerning, it was absolute. When confronted with evidence of his crimes, Danny's response was neither denial nor anger, but rather a detailed explanation of his methodology that revealed the depth of his planning and the coldness of his execution. He spoke about the fires with the clinical precision of an engineer discussing a construction project, outlining how he had refined his techniques over years of practice and observation. The November 20th fire, he explained with disturbing pride, represented the culmination of his artistic development. He had spent months studying the mobile home on West Columbia Street, noting the family's routines, the location of bedrooms, and the most effective points for accelerant application. The four young girls hadn't been random victims. They had been carefully selected because their deaths would create maximum emotional impact on the community while demonstrating his complete mastery over life and death. Danny's description of that night revealed a level of premeditation that chilled even experienced investigators. He had disabled the smoke detectors hours before the attack, entering the home through a window he had previously determined would be unlatched. Moving through the dark trailer with practiced stealth, he had applied gasoline along predetermined pathways designed to cut off escape routes while ensuring the fire would spread with lethal speed. Most horrifying was his account of the victims' final moments. Danny had deliberately awakened the girls before igniting the accelerants, wanting them to experience the full terror of their situation. He described their screams and desperate attempts at escape with the detached fascination of someone observing laboratory subjects rather than murdering children. Rose's heroic attempts to save her family had provided him with particular entertainment, as he watched a 17-year-old girl exhaust herself in futile rescue efforts while the flames advanced according to his careful design. The psychological evaluation conducted by Dr. Chun revealed a complex pathology rooted in childhood trauma and nurtured by years of antisocial behavior that had gone unrecognized by the Flora community. Danny's parents had died in a car accident when he was 12, leaving him in the care of an elderly grandmother who struggled with dementia and provided minimal supervision or emotional support. His teenage years had been marked by animal cruelty, property destruction, and voyeuristic behavior that escalated without intervention. His fascination with fire had begun during adolescence, starting with small blazes in abandoned buildings that gradually increased in scope and ambition. The power he derived from controlling such a destructive force became addictive, feeding a psychological need for dominance that conventional social interactions couldn't satisfy. Joining the volunteer fire department had provided him with legitimate access to fire scenes while allowing him to study professional techniques he could later adapt for criminal purposes. But it was the selection of his victims that revealed the most disturbing aspects of Danny's psychology. He hadn't chosen targets randomly. He had systematically identified individuals he viewed as weak, vulnerable, or somehow deserving of death. The elderly couple Charles and Sylvia White had been targeted because Danny resented having to listen to their complaints about neighborhood noise. Rebecca Martinez had caught his attention because her attempts to rebuild her life after domestic abuse represented a strength he felt compelled to destroy. The four young girls had been selected for the most chilling reason of all. Danny wanted to see if he could maintain his composure while listening to children die. He described their murders as the ultimate test of his emotional control, proof that he had evolved beyond normal human empathy into something more powerful and complete. The fact that they were innocent children wasn't a source of hesitation. It was precisely what made their deaths so valuable to his twisted psychology. Dr. Chen's report detailed a classic psychopathic personality with narcissistic features and a profound inability to empathize with other human beings. Danny viewed other people as objects to be manipulated for his entertainment, with their suffering providing him with a sense of superiority and control that his otherwise mundane existence lacked. The methodical nature of his crimes reflected an organized killer who took pride in his planning and execution, viewing each successful murder as validation of his superiority over law enforcement and society in general. The forensic evidence supporting the psychological profile was overwhelming. Danny's apartment contained detailed floor plans of dozens of Flora homes, complete with notes about resident schedules, physical limitations, and security measures. He had been conducting surveillance on potential victims for years, building comprehensive files that would allow him to strike whenever the urge became irresistible. Among his possessions, investigators found photographs taken at previous fire scenes, capturing not just the destruction but the emotional devastation of survivors and family members. Danny had collected these images like trophies, organizing them in albums that documented his achievements over nearly a decade of terror. The photos revealed someone who derived as much satisfaction from the aftermath of his crimes as from the acts themselves. Perhaps most disturbing was evidence that Danny had been escalating his activities in the months before his arrest. His journal contained detailed plans for simultaneous attacks on multiple locations, designed to overwhelm Flora's volunteer fire department and create a level of chaos that would allow him to operate with even greater freedom. He had stockpiled accelerants, studied emergency response protocols, and identified vulnerable targets for what he termed his grand finale. The investigation also revealed that Danny had been manipulating fire scene evidence for years, using his position as a volunteer firefighter to eliminate or contaminate clues that might have led to his earlier detection. His knowledge of arson investigation techniques allowed him to avoid many of the mistakes that typically expose serial arsonists, while his presence at fire scenes provided him with opportunities to misdirect investigators and shape their understanding of the crimes. During one particularly disturbing interview session, Danny explained his criteria for victim selection with the clinical detachment of someone discussing grocery shopping. Elderly victims were chosen for their inability to escape quickly, while families with young children were targeted because their deaths would generate the maximum emotional response from the community. He had studied Flora's social dynamics carefully, identifying which deaths would create the most fear and disruption. The psychological manipulation extended to his relationships with fellow firefighters and community members. Danny had cultivated an image as a dedicated volunteer who was always willing to help in emergencies, using this reputation to gain access to potential victims' homes under the guise of safety inspections or community outreach. His apparent dedication to fire prevention had provided perfect cover for reconnaissance activities that laid the groundwork for future attacks. Dr. Chen's analysis revealed that Danny's crimes followed a clear psychological trajectory, with each successful murder increasing his confidence and ambition while simultaneously requiring greater levels of violence to achieve the same psychological satisfaction. The progression from property fires to animal deaths to human murder represented a classic escalation pattern, but one that had been stretched out over nearly a decade as Danny learned to manage his impulses and avoid detection. The 4 young girls represented a significant escalation in victim count and psychological complexity. For the first time, Danny had targeted multiple victims simultaneously, requiring more sophisticated planning and execution while providing him with the ultimate demonstration of his power over life and death. The fact that he had managed to kill 4 people in a single attack without leaving obvious evidence of murder represented, in his mind, the pinnacle of his criminal evolution. But perhaps most chilling was Danny's attitude toward his eventual arrest. Rather than expressing regret or attempting to minimize his responsibility, he seemed almost pleased that his crimes were finally receiving the attention he felt they deserved. He spoke about his work with obvious pride, describing the technical challenges he had overcome and the psychological barriers he had transcended in becoming what he termed a perfect predator. The interviews revealed someone who viewed himself as superior to both his victims and the investigators attempting to understand his crimes. Danny believed that his ability to kill without remorse or detection demonstrated an evolutionary advancement that placed him above conventional morality and social constraints. He expressed frustration that society wasn't capable of appreciating the artistry and precision of his methods. Even more disturbing was his lack of concern for the suffering he had caused to the families and community of Flora. When confronted with victim impact statements or photographs of the people he had murdered, Danny showed no emotional response beyond mild curiosity about the intensity of others' grief. He seemed genuinely puzzled by the concept that his actions should generate feelings of guilt or remorse. The investigation concluded with the recognition that Flora had been terrorized for nearly a decade by a predator who had hidden in plain sight, using his position as a trusted community member to identify, study, and systematically eliminate vulnerable residents. The scope of his crimes and the coldness of their execution challenged every assumption about small-town safety and the ability of close-knit communities to protect their most vulnerable members. The Carroll County Courthouse had never hosted a trial that drew such intense public scrutiny. By the time Danny Moore's case reached the courtroom in September 2017, media attention had transformed Flora from an obscure farming community into a symbol of how evil could flourish in even the most innocent settings. The prosecution, led by experienced District Attorney Maria Santos, faced the daunting task of proving not just that Danny had committed multiple murders, but that his crimes warranted the death penalty in a state that had executed only 20 people since 1976. The evidence against Danny was overwhelming but largely circumstantial. Unlike conventional murder cases involving guns or knives, fire destroys most physical evidence, leaving investigators to build their case through pattern analysis, witness testimony, and the defendant's own disturbing confessions. Santos knew that while Danny's guilt was obvious to anyone who had followed the investigation, convincing a jury to sentence him to death would require them to confront the full scope of his monstrous psychology. The victim impact phase of the trial proved to be one of the most emotionally devastating proceedings in Carroll County's legal history. Family members of the 4 young girls took the stand to describe lives cut short, dreams destroyed, and the ongoing trauma of losing loved ones to such calculated brutality. Rose's mother, Patricia Alwood, testified about her daughter's plans to attend college and become a teacher, dreams that were incinerated along with her body in that mobile home inferno. Kiana's teacher, Mrs. Rebecca Morrison, broke down while describing the 11-year-old's infectious laughter and her habit of bringing wildflowers to class. She had this way of making everyone smile, Morrison testified through tears. Even on the worst days, Kiana could find something beautiful in the world. That light was stolen from all of us when Danny Moorer decided her life meant nothing. The testimony of Charles and Sylvia White's daughter, Margaret Foster, revealed the long-term impact of Danny's earlier crimes. Foster described years of guilt and self-recrimination, wondering if she could have done something to protect her elderly parents. The official ruling of accidental death had provided some comfort, but the revelation that they had actually been murdered had reopened wounds that had never properly healed. "My parents trusted their community," Foster testified. "They left their doors unlocked because they believed Flora was safe. Danny Moorer violated that trust in the most horrific way possible. He didn't just kill my parents. He destroyed the peace of mind of every elderly person in this town." The prosecution's case methodically demonstrated the evolution of Danny's criminal behavior, showing how each successful murder had emboldened him to attempt more ambitious attacks. Arson investigator David Koenig provided expert testimony about accelerant patterns, explaining to the jury how the evidence revealed careful planning and intimate knowledge of the victims' homes. His analysis of the November fire scene painted a picture of systematic preparation designed to ensure maximum destruction and eliminate any possibility of escape. FBI profiler Dr. Sarah Chen's testimony provided insight into Danny's psychological makeup, explaining how his superficial charm and community involvement had masked a profound inability to empathize with other human beings. Her analysis of his crime scene behavior revealed someone who derived satisfaction not just from killing, but from the complete helplessness of his victims and the chaos his actions created within the community. Danny Moorer represents one of the most dangerous types of serial killer, Dr. Chen explained to the jury. He had learned to integrate himself into the community he was terrorizing, using his position of trust to identify vulnerable targets and avoid suspicion. His crimes weren't impulsive acts of violence. They were carefully orchestrated performances designed to demonstrate his power over life and death. The defense team, led by veteran criminal attorney Robert Chen, no relation to the FBI profiler, faced an almost impossible task. With their client's guilt clearly established and his own confessions providing detailed accounts of his crimes, their only hope was to avoid the death penalty by arguing for mitigating circumstances. They attempted to portray Danny as someone whose childhood trauma and untreated mental illness had created a damaged individual who deserved life imprisonment rather than execution. Defense witnesses included childhood neighbors who testified about Danny's difficult upbringing after his parents' death, and mental health experts who argued that his psychopathic personality disorder represented a form of mental illness that diminished his moral culpability. They painted a picture of someone whose capacity for empathy had been destroyed by trauma and neglect, creating a predator who literally couldn't understand the moral implications of his actions. But the prosecution's rebuttal was devastating. Santos presented evidence of Danny's careful planning, his ability to maintain employment and social relationships, and his sophisticated understanding of investigation techniques that he had used to avoid detection. Rather than supporting claims of diminished capacity, the evidence demonstrated someone who was not only fully aware of his actions, but proud of his ability to outsmart law enforcement and terrorize his community without consequences. The most damaging testimony came from Danny himself. Against his attorney's advice, he insisted on taking the stand to explain his actions, apparently believing he could convince the jury that his crimes represented a form of superior evolution rather than moral failure. His testimony revealed the depth of his narcissism and complete lack of remorse, as he described his victims' deaths with clinical detachment while expressing frustration that society couldn't appreciate the artistry of his methods. When asked about the 4 young girls, Danny's response chilled everyone in the courtroom. "They served their purpose," he stated matter-of-factly. "Their deaths demonstrated that I had achieved complete mastery over the tools of destruction. The emotional response of the community proved that I had successfully created the maximum possible impact with minimal resources." Cross-examination by Santos revealed the calculated nature of Danny's victim selection. He admitted to studying potential targets for months, learning their routines and vulnerabilities before deciding whether they met his criteria for elimination. The 4 girls had been chosen specifically because their deaths would generate the most fear and grief within the Flora community, providing him with the psychological satisfaction he craved. Perhaps most disturbing was Danny's description of his future plans. He explained that the November fire had been intended as a demonstration of his capabilities, with more ambitious attacks planned for the following year. His goal had been to create enough chaos to overwhelm Flora's emergency services, allowing him to operate with even greater freedom and claim more victims. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. The speed of their decision reflected not just the overwhelming evidence against Danny, but the horror they felt at being forced to confront such calculated evil. Several jurors later described the experience as one of the most difficult of their lives, requiring them to examine evidence of cruelty that challenged their faith in human nature. The penalty phase of the trial lasted 3 additional days, with both sides presenting arguments about whether Danny deserved life imprisonment or the ultimate punishment. The prosecution argued that the calculated nature of his crimes, the vulnerability of his victims, and his complete lack of remorse made him an ongoing threat to society that could only be neutralized through execution. Santos presented evidence of Danny's detailed plans for future attacks, including targets he had already identified and methods he intended to use. "This defendant didn't just kill 7 innocent people," she argued to the jury. "He was planning to kill dozens more." His own words demonstrate that imprisonment would only provide him with time to refine his techniques and plan new methods of terror. The defense's final argument focused on the rarity of death sentences in Indiana and the possibility that Danny's mental illness, while not legally exonerating, should still be considered a mitigating factor. They argued that life imprisonment without parole would protect society while avoiding the moral complexity of state-sanctioned execution. But their arguments were undermined by Danny's own behavior throughout the trial. He had shown no remorse, expressed no sympathy for his victims' families, and demonstrated a continuing fascination with the destruction he had caused. When given the opportunity to make a final statement before sentencing, he used the time to criticize the investigative techniques that had led to his capture rather than expressing any regret for his actions. The jury's recommendation came after 6 hours of deliberation. Death. Judge Patricia Morrison, a 20-year veteran of the bench who had presided over hundreds of criminal cases, later described the sentencing as one of the most clear-cut decisions of her career. The evidence of Danny's planning, the vulnerability of his victims, and his ongoing threat to public safety left no reasonable alternative to the death penalty. "Mr. Morer," Judge Morrison stated during the formal sentencing hearing, "your crimes represent evil in its purest form. You systematically identified, stalked, and murdered innocent people for your own psychological gratification. The suffering you caused extends far beyond your immediate victims to encompass entire families and a community that will never feel completely safe again." The judge's voice carried the weight of both legal authority and personal revulsion as she continued. Rose Alwood was 17 years old, planning her future and caring for her younger sister. Kiana was 11, full of life and laughter. Kiara Phillips was 17, with dreams and ambitions that will never be fulfilled. Cariel was only 9 years old. Charles and Sylvia White had lived full lives and deserved to die peacefully in their sleep, not in terror and agony. Rebecca Martinez was trying to rebuild her life and provide for her daughter. You stole not just their lives, but their futures, their potential contributions to society, and the love they would have shared with family and friends. You traumatized an entire community and destroyed the sense of safety that small towns depend upon. Your actions were calculated, methodical, and utterly without justification. Judge Morrison's final words echoed through the packed courtroom. "It is the judgment of this court that you shall be executed by lethal injection at a time to be determined by the Indiana Department of Correction. May God have mercy on your soul, because this court cannot." The appeals process that followed Danny's death sentence stretched for nearly 5 years, with his defense team challenging everything from jury selection to evidence admission to the constitutionality of Indiana's death penalty statute. Each appeal was methodically rejected by higher courts, which found no legal errors in the original trial and no mitigating circumstances that would warrant commutation of the death sentence. During his years on death row at the Indiana State Prison in Michigan City, Danny continued to display the same chilling lack of remorse that had characterized his trial testimony. Prison psychologists who evaluated him reported that he spent his time writing detailed analyses of his crimes, apparently hoping to have them published as a kind of instruction manual for future killers. He showed no interest in religious counseling or rehabilitation programs, instead focusing his energy on legal challenges and attempts to gain media attention. The revelation of Danny's continued writings caused additional trauma for the victims' families, who learned that their loved ones' murders were being treated as case studies by the man who had killed them. Patricia Alwood, Rose's mother, spoke publicly about the ongoing victimization she felt every time Danny's name appeared in the news. "He took my daughters from me in the most horrible way possible," she stated during a victim impact interview. "Now he's trying to use their deaths to make himself famous. Even from prison, he continues to torture us with his presence in the world." The community of Flora struggled to heal in the aftermath of Danny's conviction. The volunteer fire department disbanded temporarily, as too many members couldn't bear to respond to calls that reminded them of their former colleagues' crimes. Property values plummeted as residents questioned whether anywhere could truly be considered safe. Many elderly residents installed elaborate security systems or moved away entirely, unable to sleep peacefully in a town where a trusted neighbor had proven to be a methodical killer. But Flora also demonstrated remarkable resilience. Community leaders organized support groups for trauma victims, established scholarship funds in memory of the young girls, and worked to rebuild the social trust that Danny had systematically destroyed. The new fire department was reorganized with enhanced background screening and psychological evaluation procedures designed to prevent another predator from infiltrating their ranks. A memorial garden was created on the site of the mobile home where 4 young girls had died, featuring roses for Rose, sunflowers for Kiana, purple irises for Kiara, and white lilies for little Cariel. The garden became a place where community members could reflect on lives lost and find some measure of peace in the beauty that can grow from even the most devastating tragedy. The execution was carried out on March 15, 2023, nearly 7 years after Danny's crimes were discovered. He refused to make a final statement, maintaining his defiant attitude until the end. The lethal injection process proceeded without complications, and Danny Moore was pronounced dead at 12:47 a.m., almost exactly 7 years after the mobile home fire that had finally exposed his reign of terror. Representatives from the victims' families witnessed the execution, later describing a sense of closure mixed with the recognition that no punishment could truly balance the scales of justice for such devastating crimes. Patricia Alwood's final statement to the media captured the complex emotions surrounding Danny's death. "This doesn't bring my daughters back, but it ensures he can never hurt another family the way he hurt ours." The Flora case became a landmark study in criminal psychology and fire investigation techniques, with Danny's crimes analyzed in law enforcement training programs across the country. The investigation revealed how traditional assumptions about small-town safety could provide cover for sophisticated predators, and how the integration of criminals into community institutions could delay detection while increasing their access to potential victims. Dr. Sarah Chen's analysis of Danny's psychology became required reading in FBI profiling courses, providing insight into how organized killers could operate undetected for years by carefully managing their public personas while systematically eliminating vulnerable targets. The case demonstrated the importance of looking for patterns in apparently unrelated incidents and the need for enhanced coordination between local and federal investigative resources. The scars left by Danny Moore's crimes will never fully heal in Flora, Indiana. The memory of 4 young girls who died screaming in the darkness, of an elderly couple who trusted their community until the end, and of a single mother who sought safety but found only death, serves as a permanent reminder that evil can flourish anywhere humans gather together. But Flora endures. The community that was nearly destroyed by systematic terror has rebuilt itself with stronger foundations and deeper appreciation for the preciousness of life. The memorial garden blooms each spring, a testament to the beauty and resilience of the human spirit in the face of incomprehensible darkness. The true crime of Flora, Indiana, stands as one of the most chilling examples of how a trusted community member can conceal monstrous intentions behind a facade of helpfulness and civic duty. Danny Moorer's systematic campaign of murder spanning nearly a decade demonstrates that the greatest threats often come not from strangers lurking in shadows, but from neighbors who have learned to weaponize trust and exploit the vulnerabilities of those they pretend to serve. In the end, justice was served, but at a cost that can never be fully calculated. 7 innocent people died horrible deaths. A community's sense of safety was shattered, and countless lives were forever changed by one man's decision to transform his psychological inadequacies into a reign of terror. The flames that Danny Moorer set have long since been extinguished, but their heat continues to burn in the memories of those who survived, a permanent reminder that evil often wears the most ordinary face. The story of Flora serves as both warning and testament, a warning that vigilance and suspicion may be necessary even in the safest seeming communities, and a testament to the human capacity to survive, rebuild, and find meaning even in the aftermath of unspeakable tragedy. The memorial garden continues to bloom, the community continues to heal, and the memory of 7 innocent victims continues to remind us all of the preciousness of every single human life. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our 4th story. Story 4, The Vanishing of Innocence, the Lindsay Baum Mystery. On a warm summer evening when fireflies danced through the twilight air of McCleary, Washington, a 10-year-old girl named Lindsay Baum made a decision that would haunt an entire community forever. She chose to walk home alone down a quiet street that stretched no more than 10 minutes from her friend's house to her own front door. That brief journey through the fading light would become the last steps she ever took as a free child. What happened during those 10 minutes on June 26, 2009, remains one of the most chilling unsolved mysteries in Pacific Northwest history. The darkness that swallowed Lindsay whole that night would consume her family's peace, shatter a small town's sense of security, and leave investigators grappling with questions that still echo through the forests of Washington state today. This is not just the story of a missing child. This is the tale of how evil can lurk in the most unsuspecting places, how a single moment can tear apart the fabric of an entire community, and how the search for answers can become an obsession that spans nearly a decade. What you're about to hear will disturb you. It will make you question the safety of quiet streets and the innocence of childhood walks home. But most importantly, it will reveal the terrifying truth about what can happen when predators move through our communities like shadows, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. The summer of 2009 felt different in McCleary, Washington. There was an electricity in the air that June, the kind that made children stay outside longer and parents linger on their porches, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of amber and rose. McCleary, population barely scraping 300 souls, was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where car doors stayed unlocked and children roamed freely until the streetlights flickered on. Lindsay Jo Baum embodied everything beautiful about small-town childhood. At 10 years old, she possessed that rare combination of fierce independence and gentle vulnerability that made adults want to protect her while simultaneously admiring her spirit. With her sandy blonde hair that caught sunlight like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with mischief and intelligence, Lindsay was the kind of child who made strangers smile just by existing. But there was something else about Lindsay that set her apart from other children her age. She was terrified of the dark. This fear wasn't the typical childhood anxiety that fades with a nightlight or a parent's reassuring voice. Lindsay's fear of darkness was profound, almost prophetic in its intensity. She would go to extraordinary lengths to avoid being caught outside after sunset, often running full speed to reach safety before the shadows grew too long. The night before her disappearance, Lindsay had confided something disturbing to her mother, Melissa Baum. As they sat together in their modest home on First Street, Lindsay's usual animated chatter had grown quiet and serious. She looked up at her mother with those penetrating eyes and said something that would later haunt Melissa's dreams. "Mom, I'm scared that something bad is going to happen to me soon." When Melissa pressed her daughter for details, asking what she meant by something bad, Lindsay could only shake her head and whisper, "I don't know, I just feel it." The conversation had sent chills down Melissa's spine, but she had chalked it up to her daughter's overactive imagination and sensitivity. Now, she would give anything to have taken those words more seriously. June 26, 2009, dawned bright and cloudless. Lindsay spent the day as she often did during summer break, playing with friends, riding her bike through the quiet streets, and soaking up every moment of freedom that vacation offered. She had made plans to spend time with her friend who lived on Maple Street, just a comfortable 10-minute walk through their neighborhood. As evening approached, Lindsay faced a decision that would alter the course of her life forever. She wanted to spend the night at her friend's house, but her mother had other plans. A family event required Lindsay's presence at home, and despite her disappointment, the young girl accepted her mother's decision with the grace that characterized her personality. At approximately 9:30 p.m., as the last traces of daylight clung desperately to the horizon, Lindsay made her final choice as a free child. She decided to make the walk home alone rather than ask for a ride. This decision seems incomprehensible given her documented fear of darkness, but perhaps the familiarity of the route and the proximity to home made it feel safe enough. Or perhaps something else entirely influenced her choice that night, something we may never fully understand. The route from Maple Street to First Street was as ordinary as any path could be in small-town America. Tree-lined sidewalks guided pedestrians past modest homes where television screens flickered behind curtained windows. Porch lights created pools of warm yellow light at regular intervals, and the distant sound of evening activities, dishes clinking, dogs barking, children being called inside, provided a soundtrack of suburban normalcy. Lindsay began her journey home carrying nothing but a small purse and wearing clothes that would later become seared into the memory of every law enforcement officer who worked her case. A white t-shirt and blue jeans that made her look like any other child heading home after a day of summer fun. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a simple style that kept it out of her face as she walked. What happened next has become the source of countless theories, investigations, and sleepless nights for everyone who has ever tried to understand the evil that intersected with Lindsay's path that evening. Multiple witnesses would later report seeing her walking along Maple Street, moving in the direction of home with purpose and apparent confidence. She appeared to be alone and unafraid, just a young girl making her way through a neighborhood she had navigated countless times before. But somewhere between those witness sightings and her expected arrival time at home, Lindsay Baum simply vanished. Not gradually, not with obvious signs of struggle, not with screams that alerted neighbors. She simply ceased to exist on the streets of McCleary as surely as if the earth had opened up and swallowed her whole. When Lindsay failed to arrive home, Melissa's maternal instincts kicked into overdrive. This wasn't like her daughter, who was responsible and reliable despite her young age. Melissa began making phone calls, checking with neighbors, and retracing the route Lindsay should have taken. With each passing minute, her anxiety escalated from concern to panic. By 10:30 p.m., when Lindsay had been missing for a full hour, Melissa made the phone call that would launch one of the most extensive missing child investigations in Washington state history. Her voice trembled as she reported to dispatch that her 10-year-old daughter had vanished somewhere between Maple Street and First Street in McCleary. The initial response was swift and professional. Local law enforcement officers flooded the small community, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they searched every possible hiding place, knocked on every door, and questioned every resident who might have seen something suspicious. The irony was not lost on searchers. They were using the very darkness that Lindsay feared most to try to find her. As the hours stretched into the early morning of June 27th, the search expanded. Volunteers joined professional search teams, dogs were brought in to follow scent trails, and helicopters equipped with thermal imaging cameras swept the surrounding forests and fields. The entire community of McCleary transformed overnight from a sleepy rural town into the epicenter of a desperate search for a missing child. But Lindsay was nowhere to be found. Not in the woods that bordered the town, not in the abandoned buildings that dot rural Washington landscapes, not in the rivers and streams that crisscross Gray's Harbor County. It was as if she had simply been erased from existence during that 10-minute walk home. The first 24 hours of any missing child case are critical, and law enforcement knew they were racing against time. Statistics showed that children who are abducted by strangers have a terrifyingly small window of survival. Most are killed within the first few hours of their disappearance. This knowledge drove searchers to work around the clock, following every lead, investigating every possibility, and refusing to give up hope even as the hours turned into days. As news of Lindsay's disappearance spread beyond McCleary's borders, media attention began to focus on the small town. Television crews arrived to broadcast live from the search command post. Reporters interviewed family members and friends, and Lindsay's photograph began appearing on missing child websites and milk cartons across the country. The image that would become seared into public consciousness showed a beautiful young girl with bright eyes and an infectious smile, a child who represented every parent's worst nightmare. The community response was overwhelming. Volunteers came from neighboring towns and counties to join search efforts. Local businesses donated food, water, and supplies to keep search teams going. Churches organized prayer vigils, and residents tied yellow ribbons to trees and fence posts throughout McCleary as symbols of hope for Lindsay's safe return. But as the search entered its second week, then its third, the harsh reality began to settle over everyone involved. The longer Lindsay remained missing, the smaller the chances became that she would be found alive. The case began to shift from a missing child investigation to something much darker. A presumed homicide investigation that would challenge every resource available to local and state law enforcement. The FBI joined the investigation, bringing with them sophisticated forensic capabilities and extensive experience in child abduction cases. Behavioral analysts created profiles of potential suspects, while technical specialists analyzed cell phone data, surveillance footage, and digital communications that might provide clues about Lindsay's disappearance. Despite these enhanced resources and capabilities, the case seemed to defy solution. There were no obvious suspects, no clear motives, and no physical evidence that pointed investigators in any particular direction. Lindsay had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind only questions that grew more haunting with each passing day. As July arrived in McCleary, bringing with it the oppressive heat of Pacific Northwest summer, the search for Lindsay Baum had evolved into something resembling a military operation. The small town found itself transformed into a command center where hope battled against the growing specter of despair. Every dawn brought renewed energy to the search efforts, while every sunset carried the weight of another day without answers. The Gray's Harbor County Sheriff's Office had never handled a case of this magnitude. Sheriff Rick Scott found himself coordinating resources that stretched far beyond his department's normal capabilities. State patrol units, FBI agents, volunteer search and rescue teams, and civilian volunteers created a complex web of activity that operated around the clock. The sheriff's department had been forced to relocate its entire command structure to accommodate the influx of personnel and equipment. Melissa Baum became the public face of a mother's agony. Her appearances at press conferences were heartbreaking displays of raw emotion barely contained behind a facade of strength. She spoke of her daughter in the present tense, refusing to acknowledge the possibility that Lindsay might not be coming home. Her voice would crack as she described Lindsay's love of animals, her plans for the upcoming school year, and her dreams of becoming a veterinarian. "She's scared of the dark," Melissa would repeat to anyone who would listen, as if this detail might somehow help bring her daughter home. She wouldn't have stayed out there in the darkness voluntarily. "Someone took her. Someone has my baby, and I need her back." The search grid expanded systematically, covering an area that eventually encompassed over 50 square miles of dense forest, rural farmland, and waterways. Professional search teams used sophisticated equipment to probe every possible hiding place. Ground-penetrating radar scanned suspicious areas, while sonar equipment explored the depths of local lakes and rivers. Each potential lead was pursued with methodical thoroughness, only to end in disappointment. Volunteers came from across Washington state and beyond. Retired law enforcement officers offered their expertise. Psychics claimed to have visions of Lindsay's location, and everyday citizens took vacation time from their jobs to join search efforts. The volunteer coordination became a massive undertaking in itself, requiring careful organization to ensure that search areas weren't duplicated and that all participants remained safe in the rugged terrain. One particularly haunting aspect of the search involved Lindsay's beloved dog, a loyal companion who seemed to understand that something terrible had happened. The dog would often break away from family members and run to the end of First Street, sitting at the spot where Lindsay should have appeared on her walk home. The animal's behavior was so consistent and distressing that family members eventually had to keep the dog inside to prevent these heartbreaking displays of confusion and loss. As weeks turned into a month, the investigation began to focus more intensively on potential suspects within the community. The sad reality of child abduction cases is that the perpetrator is often someone known to the victim or their family. Investigators began the delicate process of examining the backgrounds of neighbors, family friends, and anyone who had regular contact with Lindsay. This phase of the investigation created tension within the tight-knit community. Longtime residents found themselves subjected to intense scrutiny, their personal histories examined under the microscope of criminal investigation. Men who had never been suspected of any wrongdoing suddenly found their whereabouts on June 26, questioned by federal agents. The trust that had characterized McCleary's social fabric began to fray as suspicion cast shadows over previously unquestioned relationships. Several potential suspects emerged during this period, each generating intense investigative focus before being eliminated from consideration. A transient worker who had been in the area during Lindsay's disappearance became a person of interest until his alibi was verified. A local man with a history of minor legal troubles found his life dissected by investigators before being cleared. Each false lead was both a relief and a disappointment. Relief that innocent people were exonerated. Disappointment that the real perpetrator remained unknown. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit provided a profile of the likely suspect that was both detailed and disturbing. They suggested that the perpetrator was probably a white male between the ages of 25 and 45, someone who was familiar with the area and comfortable moving around McCleary without attracting attention. The profile indicated that this was likely an individual who had been planning such an attack, possibly targeting multiple potential victims before settling on Lindsay. Most chilling was the suggestion that the perpetrator probably knew Lindsay personally or had observed her routines extensively. The timing and location of the abduction suggested someone who understood her habits and was waiting for the right opportunity. This meant that Lindsay had likely encountered her abductor before, possibly multiple times, without realizing the danger she was in. Technology played an increasingly important role in the search efforts. Cell phone tower data was analyzed to identify any unusual activity in the area during the time of Lindsay's disappearance. Surveillance cameras from local businesses were examined frame by frame, searching for any vehicle or individual that seemed out of place. Digital forensic specialists worked to recover deleted data from computers and mobile devices belonging to potential suspects. The summer of 2009 also saw the emergence of social media as a tool in missing person cases. Facebook pages dedicated to finding Lindsay attracted thousands of followers who shared information and theories about her disappearance. While most of these online discussions were well-intentioned, they also created challenges for investigators who had to sort through countless tips and theories, many of which were based on speculation rather than fact. As August approached, marking 2 months since Lindsay's disappearance, the case began to receive national media attention. Television programs focused on missing children featured Lindsay's story, bringing her case to an audience of millions. Her photograph appeared on billboards across the Pacific Northwest, and her story was shared at conferences and conventions where law enforcement professionals gathered. The increased visibility brought both benefits and complications. New tips poured in from across the country as people reported sightings of children who resembled Lindsay. Each potential sighting required investigation, stretching resources and creating false hopes. A report from California claimed that Lindsay had been seen at a shopping mall, Investigation revealed it was a case of mistaken identity. A family camping in Oregon was certain they had seen her at a state park. Again, it was someone else. Meanwhile, the psychological toll on Lindsay's family was becoming increasingly evident. Melissa struggled with insomnia and anxiety, spending sleepless nights walking the streets of McCleary, hoping against hope that her daughter might somehow find her way home. Lindsay's younger brother began showing signs of trauma, his behavior changing as he grappled with the loss of his sister and the transformation of his once peaceful hometown into a center of fear and uncertainty. The community itself was changing in fundamental ways. Parents who had once allowed their children to walk freely through McCleary now insisted on driving them everywhere. Residents who had never locked their doors began installing security systems. The easy trust that had characterized life in the small town was replaced by wariness and constant vigilance. Local schools prepared for the return of students in September with heavy hearts and modified security procedures. Lindsay should have been entering 5th grade, and her absence created a painful void in the classroom where she was supposed to sit. Teachers underwent special training on how to discuss the disappearance with students, and counselors were made available to help children process their fears and concerns. Religious communities played a crucial role in maintaining hope and providing support during this difficult period. Churches organized prayer services and vigils, creating spaces where community members could come together to share their grief and support one another. These gatherings often featured displays of Lindsay's photographs and personal items, creating shrines of remembrance that served as focal points for collective mourning and hope. As autumn arrived and the search entered its 4th month, investigators faced the harsh reality that they might be dealing with a case that would never be solved. The initial surge of tips and leads had slowed to a trickle, and despite the exhaustive efforts of hundreds of people, Lindsay remained missing without a trace. The case files had grown to thousands of pages, representing countless hours of investigation and analysis. Yet the core mystery remained unsolved. The decision was made to scale back the daily search efforts while maintaining the investigation as an active case. Resources were redirected toward following up on lingering leads and maintaining readiness to respond quickly to any new information. This transition was heartbreaking for Lindsay's family and the volunteers who had dedicated months of their lives to finding her, but it was a practical necessity given the lack of new leads. However, the case was far from over. Unknown to everyone involved in the search efforts, events were already in motion that would eventually lead to answers. Terrible, heartbreaking answers that would come nearly a decade later and reveal the full extent of the evil that had visited McCleary on that June evening in 2009. The transition from active searching to cold case investigation was a gradual descent into a different kind of hell for Lindsay Baum's family. As 2009 turned into 2010, then 2011, the absence of answers became a constant weight that pressed down on everyone who had known and loved the vibrant 10-year-old girl. The case files grew dusty on investigators' desks, but the pain remained fresh and raw for those who had been closest to Lindsay. Melissa Baum found herself trapped in a cruel limbo between hope and despair. She couldn't grieve properly because there was no body, no proof of death. Yet she couldn't move forward with her life because the possibility remained that Lindsay might someday, walk back through the front door. This psychological torture is common among families of missing persons, but understanding the phenomenon didn't make it any easier to endure. The house on First Street became both a shrine and a prison. Lindsay's room remained exactly as she had left it that final morning. Bed unmade, clothes scattered on the floor, stuffed animals arranged on shelves in the precise order she preferred. Melissa would sometimes sit on her daughter's bed for hours, holding clothes that still carried the faintest trace of Lindsay's scent, willing herself to believe that this nightmare would somehow end. McCleary struggled to return to some semblance of normalcy, but the town had been fundamentally changed by what had happened within its borders. Property values declined as families decided they no longer felt safe raising children in a place where such evil had struck. Local businesses suffered as tourism and through traffic decreased. People seemed to associate the town itself with tragedy and preferred to avoid it entirely. The annual rhythms of small-town life continued, but they were forever marked by Lindsay's absence. 4th of July celebrations felt muted without her laughter echoing through the community park. The first day of school each September brought fresh waves of grief, as her classmates advanced to new grades while Lindsay remained frozen forever at age 10. Christmas became a season of profound sadness as gift-wrapped presents intended for Lindsay accumulated under the family tree, opened only by heartbroken relatives who wondered what she might have thought of each carefully chosen item. Law enforcement agencies continued to receive occasional tips about the case, each one investigated thoroughly despite the passage of time. A construction worker claimed to have found children's clothing buried at a job site 40 miles away. Forensic analysis proved the items were unrelated to Lindsay's case. A woman called from Nevada insisting she had seen Lindsay at a truck stop, now older but recognizable. Investigators flew to Nevada only to determine the sighting was a case of mistaken identity. These false leads were particularly cruel because they reignited hope in family members who had learned to protect themselves emotionally by expecting disappointment. Each phone call from investigators sent Melissa's heart racing with the possibility that this might be the call that brought her daughter home. The subsequent letdown when leads proved fruitless created fresh waves of grief that were almost as devastating as the original disappearance. The case attracted attention from amateur investigators and true crime enthusiasts who studied the available information and developed their own theories about what had happened to Lindsay. Online forums dedicated to her disappearance analyzed every detail that had been released publicly, creating elaborate timelines and suspect profiles based on speculation and incomplete information. While most of these efforts were well-intentioned, they sometimes created additional stress for family members who found their private tragedy dissected by strangers on the internet. One persistent theory suggested that Lindsay had been abducted by a human trafficking ring and transported far from Washington state. This possibility was both terrifying and somehow comforting to her family. Terrifying because it implied ongoing suffering, but comforting because it suggested she might still be alive somewhere. Investigators had explored this possibility extensively, coordinating with federal agencies that specialize in trafficking cases, but no evidence had ever emerged to support this theory. Another theory focused on the possibility that Lindsay's abductor was someone who had been specifically targeting children in rural Washington communities. FBI analysts looked for patterns in similar cases, searching for connections that might reveal a serial offender operating in the Pacific Northwest. Several cases were examined for potential links, but none provided the breakthrough that investigators hoped to find. The psychological profile of the likely perpetrator was refined repeatedly over the years as behavioral analysts incorporated new understanding of criminal psychology and offender patterns. The profile continued to suggest someone familiar with the area and comfortable operating within the community, but it also evolved to consider the possibility that the perpetrator might have moved away from McCleary after committing the crime, making identification more difficult. As years passed, the case began to attract attention from cold case specialists and retired investigators who volunteered their time to review the evidence with fresh eyes. These experienced professionals brought different perspectives and techniques to the investigation, sometimes identifying leads that had been overlooked or underexplored during the initial investigation. However, despite their expertise and dedication, no breakthrough emerged from these efforts. The advancement of forensic technology offered periodic opportunities to re-examine evidence that had been collected during the original investigation. DNA analysis techniques improved significantly during the 2010s, allowing investigators to extract useful information from smaller and more degraded samples than had been possible in 2009. Unfortunately, the lack of physical evidence from Lindsay's disappearance meant that these technological advances had limited impact on the case. Lindsay's family members each coped with the ongoing uncertainty in different ways. Some threw themselves into advocacy work, supporting other families of missing children and working to improve law enforcement responses to child abduction cases. Others retreated from public attention, trying to build new lives while carrying the constant weight of unanswered questions. The stress of the situation took a toll on family relationships, as different opinions about how to handle the situation created conflicts that added to the existing pain. Memorial services were held annually on the anniversary of Lindsay's disappearance, creating opportunities for the community to come together and remember her while supporting her family. These gatherings were both healing and heartbreaking, allowing people to share memories and maintain hope while acknowledging the harsh reality that another year had passed without answers. The media attention that had initially focused intensively on Lindsay's case gradually shifted to newer stories and more recent tragedies. This natural evolution of news cycles was understandable but painful for family members who feared that decreased attention might mean decreased chances of finding answers. They worked to keep Lindsay's story in the public consciousness through interviews, social media campaigns, and participation in missing persons awareness events. Law enforcement agencies also faced challenges in maintaining focus on the case as personnel changed and new priorities emerged. Detective assignments rotated, prosecutors moved to different positions, and institutional knowledge about the investigation began to fragment. Efforts were made to preserve continuity by maintaining detailed case files and briefing new investigators thoroughly, but the passage of time inevitably created challenges in maintaining investigative momentum. The case files themselves became massive archives containing thousands of documents, photographs, interview transcripts, and pieces of potential evidence. New investigators assigned to the case faced the daunting task of familiarizing themselves with years of accumulated information while looking for overlooked connections or new avenues of investigation. This process was time-consuming and often frustrating, as leads that had seemed promising in 2009 proved to be dead ends when re-examined years later. Federal agencies maintained periodic involvement in the case, recognizing both its significance as an unsolved child abduction and its potential connection to other crimes. The FBI's National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime continued to monitor the case and provide resources when requested, while the National Missing and Exploited Children organization featured Lindsay's case in their ongoing awareness campaigns. As 2017 approached, marking 8 years since Lindsay's disappearance, family members and investigators had settled into a pattern of hoping for a breakthrough while preparing for the possibility that answers might never come. The case remained officially active, but the day-to-day reality was that months could pass without any significant developments. The investigation had become a matter of patient persistence rather than active searching, waiting for the right tip, the right technology, or the right break that might finally reveal what had happened to Lindsay Baum. Unknown to everyone involved, that break was coming sooner than anyone dared to hope. Events were already unfolding that would eventually lead to the discovery that would answer some questions about Lindsay's fate while raising new ones about the evil that had taken her life. The wait for answers was nearly over, but the answers themselves would prove to be more terrible than anyone had imagined. September 2017 brought the kind of crisp autumn morning that makes the forests of eastern Washington seem almost magical. Two hunters, pursuing their quarry through the dense woodlands west of Ellensburg, were following game trails that wound between towering pines and thick underbrush. The area was remote and rarely visited by humans, the kind of wilderness where nature reclaims forgotten spaces and keeps its secrets hidden from the outside world. What the hunters discovered that morning would finally answer the question that had haunted McCleary, Washington for more than 8 years, while simultaneously opening new wounds that would never fully heal. Deep in the woods, scattered among fallen leaves and partially concealed by years of natural debris, they found what appeared to be human remains, small bones that suggested a child's skeleton. The discovery triggered an immediate and massive law enforcement response. Crime scene investigators cordoned off the area, while forensic anthropologists carefully excavated and documented every fragment of evidence. The location was approximately 170 miles from McCleary, in terrain so remote that it would have been almost impossible to find without the chance discovery by hunters. The remains were in an advanced state of decomposition, scattered by weather and wildlife over the years since they had been deposited in this lonely place. For Melissa Baum and her family, the phone call from investigators came like a lightning strike, sudden, shocking, and devastating in its implications. After years of hoping against hope that Lindsay might somehow still be alive, they now faced the probability that their worst fears were about to be confirmed. The wait for forensic confirmation seemed endless, stretching over months as experts worked to extract DNA and compare it to samples that had been collected from Lindsay's personal items years earlier. The forensic analysis was complicated by the condition of the remains and the length of time they had been exposed to the elements. However, advanced DNA techniques eventually provided conclusive proof. The bones found in the Kittitas County forest belonged to Lindsay Jo Baum. The confirmation came in May 2018, nearly 9 years after her disappearance, transforming what had been a missing person case into a homicide investigation. The location where Lindsay's remains were discovered provided crucial clues about her abductor's identity and methods, The remote forest location suggested someone who was familiar with the area and comfortable traveling long distances to dispose of evidence. The fact that only partial remains were recovered indicated that the body had been there for years, exposed to weather and scavenging animals that had scattered the bones over a wide area. More importantly, the discovery ruled out many of the theories that had circulated about Lindsay's disappearance. She had not been taken by human traffickers to be sold into slavery. She had not been kidnapped and held captive in some distant location. She had been murdered, likely soon after her abduction, and her body had been hidden in one of the most isolated areas of Washington state. The homicide investigation that followed drew upon all the evidence that had been collected over the previous 8 years, while focusing new attention on potential suspects who might have had access to the Kittitas County area where the remains were found. Investigators created detailed maps showing the routes between McCleary and the disposal site, looking for connections that might point toward the perpetrator's identity. The breakthrough that investigators had hoped for came from an unexpected direction. In 2021, 12 years after Lindsay's disappearance, law enforcement made an arrest in an apparently unrelated case that would ultimately provide answers about her murder. Paul Beaker, a 52-year-old man from Enumclaw, Washington, was charged with the kidnapping and rape of a 17-year-old girl in McCleary in 2003, 6 years before Lindsay's disappearance. The details of the 2003 case were chillingly similar to what investigators believed had happened to Lindsay. The teenage victim had been walking alone when Beaker approached her, forced her into her own vehicle, and drove her to a remote location where he assaulted her before allowing her to escape. The attack had been brutal and terrifying, but the victim had survived to provide detailed information about her attacker. What made the connection to Lindsay's case even more compelling was Beaker's familiarity with both McCleary and the eastern Washington area where her remains had been found. He had worked jobs that required him to travel throughout the region, giving him knowledge of remote areas that would be suitable for disposing of evidence. His patterns of behavior suggested someone who specifically targeted young females who were alone and vulnerable. The arrest of Beaker in the 2003 case was made possible by advances in DNA technology that allowed investigators to develop a genetic profile from evidence that had been preserved for nearly 2 decades. This breakthrough provided the first solid lead in Lindsay's case since her remains had been discovered, offering the possibility that the man who had terrorized McCleary might finally be identified and brought to justice. However, linking Beaker definitively to Lindsay's murder proved more challenging than investigators had hoped. The passage of time and the condition of the remains meant that physical evidence connecting him to the crime was limited. The case would require a combination of circumstantial evidence, witness testimony, and careful reconstruction of events to build a prosecutable case against the suspected killer. The revelation that Lindsay had likely been murdered by someone who had been active in the area for years before her disappearance raised disturbing questions about whether other crimes might have been prevented if the 2003 case had been solved sooner. The victim of that earlier attack had provided detailed information that could have led to Beaker's identification, but technological limitations at the time had prevented investigators from making the connection until much later. For Lindsay's family, the identification of a suspect brought a complex mix of emotions. Relief that answers were finally emerging was tempered by grief over the confirmation that their daughter had indeed been murdered. Anger toward the suspected perpetrator was complicated by frustration over the years of uncertainty they had endured while he remained free in the community. The impact on McCleary was equally complex. The community had lived under a cloud of fear and suspicion for more than a decade, with neighbors wondering if someone they knew might be responsible for Lindsay's disappearance. The identification of an outside suspect provided some relief, but it also raised questions about why the case had taken so long to solve and whether similar crimes might have been prevented with different investigative approaches. As the legal process moved forward, prosecutors faced the challenge of building a case strong enough to secure a conviction more than a decade after the crime had been committed. Witnesses' memories had faded, physical evidence was limited, and the defendant would undoubtedly mount a vigorous defense. However, the combination of the 2003 case, the location of the remains, and other circumstantial evidence provided hope that justice might finally be achieved. The case also highlighted the importance of DNA databases and cold case investigations in solving long unsolved crimes. The arrest of Beaker demonstrated how advances in forensic technology could breathe new life into cases that had seemed hopeless, providing closure for families who had waited years for answers about their loved ones' fates. For investigators who had worked on Lindsay's case over the years, the breakthrough represented both vindication and frustration. Their persistence had finally paid off, but the long delay in reaching answers served as a reminder of the limitations of investigative techniques and the cruel randomness that sometimes determines which cases are solved quickly and which remain mysteries for years. As this account is being written, the legal proceedings surrounding Lindsay Baum's murder continue to unfold. The suspect remains in custody, facing charges that could result in life imprisonment if he is convicted. The case that began with a 10-year-old girl's walk home on a summer evening in 2009 may finally be approaching its conclusion in a courtroom more than a decade later. The investigation revealed disturbing details about Beaker's pattern of behavior that extended far beyond the crimes for which he was charged. Law enforcement agencies across Washington state began reviewing their cold cases, looking for other unsolved crimes that might be connected to his activities. The geographic range of his movements and the timeline of his offenses suggested that Lindsay might not have been his only victim, a possibility that opened new investigations while providing potential closure for other families who had endured similar losses. The psychological profile that had been developed years earlier proved remarkably accurate in describing Beaker's characteristics and methods. He was indeed a white male in his 40s at the time of Lindsay's murder, someone who was familiar with rural Washington and comfortable traveling long distances to commit crimes and dispose of evidence. His selection of vulnerable targets and his ability to evade detection for years demonstrated the calculated nature of his criminal behavior. The forensic evidence from the crime scenes painted a picture of meticulous planning and ruthless execution. Beaker had approached his crimes with a level of preparation that suggested extensive premeditation, scouting locations and timing his attacks to minimize the chances of detection. This methodical approach explained how he had been able to operate undetected for so many years while leaving behind minimal physical evidence. The community of McCleary found some measure of closure in finally knowing what had happened to Lindsay, but the revelation that her killer had been a stranger who had traveled to their town specifically to commit his crime provided little comfort. The randomness of the selection process meant that it could have been any child who happened to be walking alone that evening, a realization that emphasized the arbitrary nature of such tragedies. For Melissa Baum, the confirmation of her daughter's death and the identification of her killer marked the end of one nightmare, but the beginning of another kind of struggle. The legal proceedings would require her to relive the trauma of losing Lindsay while facing the man accused of taking her daughter's life. The prospect of a trial brought both hope for justice and dread at having to endure months or years of legal proceedings focused on the worst moment of her life. The case also raised important questions about how society protects its most vulnerable members and responds to violent crime. The fact that Beaker had been able to commit multiple serious crimes over a period of years without being caught highlighted gaps in investigative techniques and interagency communication that may have contributed to the delay in solving these cases. The story of Lindsay Baum's disappearance and murder serves as a stark reminder of the evil that can intrude without warning into the most innocent settings. A 10-year-old girl's decision to walk home alone on a summer evening should have been nothing more than a brief journey through a safe neighborhood. Instead, it became an encounter with a predator who had traveled from another community specifically to commit an act of unspeakable violence. The investigation that followed demonstrated both the dedication of law enforcement professionals who never gave up searching for answers and the limitations of investigative techniques that existed at the time of the crime. The eventual breakthrough that led to identifying Lindsay's killer came not from traditional detective work, but from advances in DNA technology that made it possible to solve cases that had previously seemed hopeless. The impact of Lindsay's murder extended far beyond her immediate family to affect an entire community and serve as a catalyst for changes in how missing child cases are investigated and prosecuted. Her case became a touchstone for discussions about child safety, criminal justice reform, and the importance of never giving up hope that even the most challenging cases can eventually be solved. The legacy of Lindsay Jo Baum is not just the tragedy of a life cut short, but also the determination of those who refused to let her disappearance go unsolved and the advances in forensic science that made it possible to identify her killer more than a decade after her death. Her story serves as both a cautionary tale about the dangers that can lurk in seemingly safe communities and an inspiration for the persistence required to achieve justice, even when it seems impossible. As the legal proceedings continue and the final chapter of this case is written, one truth remains constant. Lindsay Baum will be remembered not as a victim who was forgotten, but as a child whose life mattered enough to justify years of investigation and whose death ultimately led to the identification and prosecution of a dangerous predator who might otherwise have continued to threaten other innocent lives. The darkness that swallowed Lindsay on that June evening in 2009 has finally been illuminated by the light of truth and justice. While nothing can bring back the bright, fearless girl who was afraid of the dark but brave enough to walk home alone, her memory lives on in the efforts of those who worked tirelessly to ensure that her killer would finally face the consequences of his actions. The case of Lindsay Baum stands as a testament to the power of persistence, the importance of never giving up hope, and the ultimate triumph of justice over evil, even when that triumph comes years later than anyone would have hoped. Her story will continue to resonate with anyone who has ever wondered what happened to a missing child and whether justice can truly prevail in even the most challenging circumstances. In the end, Lindsay's journey from a missing person case to a solved homicide represents not just the resolution of one family's nightmare, but a victory for all those who believe that every child's life has value and that no crime is so well hidden that it can escape the reach of justice forever. The 10-year-old girl who was afraid of the dark has finally found her way home through the dedication of those who refused to let her disappearance go unsolved, bringing light to one of Washington State's darkest mysteries. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Investor Fishing Boat Murders. The charred remnants of what was once the fishing vessel Investor bobbed grotesquely in the midnight waters of Craig, Alaska, like a funeral pyre that refused to sink. 8 souls had boarded that boat on a crisp September morning in 1982, their laughter echoing across the harbor as they prepared for what should have been a routine salmon fishing trip. By dawn, 7 of those voices would be silenced forever, their bodies discovered in the most horrific tableau of violence this remote fishing community had ever witnessed. What happened during those final, terrifying hours aboard the Investor would become one of Alaska's most chilling unsolved mysteries. A puzzle of betrayal, greed, and calculated murder that would haunt the fog-shrouded channels of Southeast Alaska for decades to come. Tonight, we delve into the darkness that consumed the Colthurst family and their crew, where the only witness to survive would carry secrets that law enforcement desperately needed to hear, but which a traumatized mind refused to release. The morning mist clung to Craig Harbor like ghostly fingers reluctant to release their grip on the living world. September 6, 1982, dawned with the kind of deceptive tranquility that masks the approaching tempest. Mark Colthurst, a 43-year-old fishing entrepreneur with calloused hands and dreams bigger than the isolated Alaskan town he called home, stood on the dock examining his pride and joy, the 58-foot fishing vessel named Investor. The boat represented everything Mark had worked for, a gleaming testament to years of battling the unforgiving waters of Southeast Alaska. Her hull painted pristine white with blue trim, the Investor was more than just a fishing vessel. She was Mark's pathway to prosperity, his family's ticket to a better life beyond the confines of this remote community where everyone knew everyone else's business, and secrets festered like untreated wounds. Mark's wife, Irene, a gentle woman whose smile could warm even the coldest Alaskan morning, busied herself loading supplies into the galley. At 35, she possessed that quiet strength common to fishing wives, women who learned to kiss their husbands goodbye knowing the sea might not return them. Her movements were practiced, efficient, born from years of preparing for these expeditions that took her family away for days at a time. Their children, Kimberly, aged 5, and John, barely 2 years old, played on the deck with the innocent joy of those too young to understand the dangers lurking in the waters their father navigated for a living. Little Kimberly, with her father's determined chin and her mother's warm brown eyes, chattered excitedly about the adventure ahead, while toddler John clung to his mother's leg, sensing the adult tensions that children pick up like radio frequencies. The crew assembling that morning represented the tight-knit community that fishing towns breed. Jerome Keown, Mark's deckhand, was a weathered 23-year-old whose loyalty to the Colthurst family ran as deep as the channels they would soon be navigating. His girlfriend, Cassandra, had packed him extra sandwiches and made him promise to be careful, a promise that would prove heartbreakingly impossible to keep. Dean Moon, another crew member, carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had spent his entire adult life reading the moods of the sea. At 37, he was the kind of man other fishermen turned to when the weather turned ugly and decisions meant the difference between coming home and becoming another cautionary tale whispered in waterfront bars. Chris Heyman, the youngest of the crew at 19, practically vibrated with nervous energy. This was only his third trip aboard the Investor, and he was still trying to prove himself worthy of Mark's trust. His parents had driven down from Juneau to see him off, worry etched in their faces as they watched their son disappear into a world they didn't understand but had learned to fear. But it was the eighth passenger who would later capture the attention of investigators and true crime enthusiasts alike. John Peel, the lone survivor whose presence on that boat would become the central mystery of the entire case. Some accounts described him as a friend of the family, others as a hitchhiker who had talked his way aboard. What everyone agreed on was that John Peel was different, a drifter with haunted eyes and a past he kept locked away like a dangerous secret. As the Investor prepared to leave Craig Harbor, the atmosphere should have been one of anticipation and camaraderie. These fishing expeditions were as much about community as they were about profit. Families often traveled together, turning the hard work of fishing into shared adventures that strengthened bonds and created memories to last a lifetime. The weather forecast called for clear skies and calm seas, perfect conditions for the kind of productive fishing trip that could set a family up for months. Mark had been tracking salmon runs for weeks, studying charts and consulting with other fishermen about the best locations. He had invested everything in this expedition, not just money, but hope, dreams, and the future security of his young family. Irene had packed her children's favorite snacks and toys, planning to make the cramped quarters of the boat feel like a floating home. She had even brought along books to read to Kimberly and John during the quiet evening hours when the work was done and the family could huddle together in the cabin, listening to the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. The departure from Craig Harbor proceeded without incident. Neighbors and fellow fishermen waved goodbye as the Investor's engines rumbled to life and she pulled away from the dock. The boat cut through the dark waters with purposeful grace, her wake spreading behind her like the train of a wedding dress, beautiful, pristine, and blissfully unaware of the tragedy it was leaving behind. Craig, Alaska, population barely over 1,000 souls, watched another fishing boat disappear into the maze of channels and islands that made up this remote corner of southeast Alaska. It was a scene repeated countless times throughout the summer and fall, as predictable as the tides and just as essential to the community's survival. The town itself seemed to exhale as the Investor vanished around a bend, the way small communities do when their members venture into the dangerous unknown. Everyone understood that fishing was a gamble, against weather, against equipment failure, against the thousand small disasters that could turn a routine trip into a nightmare. But no one, not even in their darkest imaginings, could have conceived what was actually unfolding aboard that pristine white vessel. As the hours passed and the Investor traveled deeper into the wilderness of channels and inlets, the mood aboard the boat began to shift. The initial excitement of departure gave way to the steady rhythm of work and navigation. Mark plotted their course while the crew prepared equipment and Irene tended to the children, who were already growing restless in the confined space. The isolation that made these waters so perfect for fishing also made them perfect for other, darker purposes. Mile by mile, the Investor was traveling away from help, away from witnesses, away from anyone who might intervene in what was about to unfold. The vast wilderness of southeast Alaska, with its countless uninhabited islands and hidden coves, was about to become the stage for a horror show that would shock even hardened investigators. By evening, as the sun began to sink toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that sailors have long considered omens, the Investor had reached her intended fishing grounds. The anchor was dropped, lines were prepared, and the family settled in for what they expected to be several days of productive fishing followed by a triumphant return to Craig Harbor. Instead, they were about to begin the final chapter of their lives, trapped aboard a boat that would become their tomb, with no way to call for help and no hope of rescue. The tranquil waters that surrounded them reflected the last light of day like a mirror, showing them one final glimpse of beauty before darkness, literal and metaphorical, descended upon the fishing vessel Investor. As midnight crept across the Alaskan wilderness like a predator stalking its prey, the Investor floated silently at anchor, her running lights the only beacon in an ocean of darkness. The family had settled into the rhythm that defined life aboard a fishing vessel. Mark and his crew preparing for the dawn's work, while Irene tucked the children into their cramped but cozy sleeping quarters. The boat rocked gently on the swells, a motion that usually lulled even the most anxious passengers to sleep. But tonight, something felt different. An electric tension seemed to charge the salt air, the kind of atmospheric pressure that makes animals restless and sends survival instincts screaming warnings that civilized minds too often ignore. John Peel, the enigmatic eighth passenger, moved through the boat's corridors with the quiet steps of someone accustomed to moving unnoticed. His behavior throughout the day had grown increasingly erratic, though the busy work of travel and preparation had masked the subtle signs that might have warned the Colthurst family of the nightmare about to unfold. In the cramped confines of a fishing vessel, privacy becomes a luxury few can afford. Every sound carries through the thin walls, every conversation becomes communal property, and every secret becomes impossible to keep. But somehow, John Peel had managed to maintain his isolation, to keep his intentions locked away behind eyes that reflected nothing but darkness. The first scream shattered the peaceful night like glass breaking against stone. Irene Colthurst's voice, raised in terror and disbelief, pierced through the mechanical hum of the boat's systems and the gentle sound of water lapping against the hull. It was the kind of scream that freezes blood, that triggers primal fear responses developed over millions of years of evolution, the sound of prey recognizing its predator too late to escape. What followed was chaos incarnate, a symphony of violence that would echo through the channels of southeast Alaska for decades to come. The peaceful fishing vessel transformed in minutes from a floating home into a charnel house, as methodical brutality replaced the gentle rhythms of maritime life. Mark Colthurst, awakened by his wife's screams, stumbled from his bunk to confront a nightmare that defied comprehension. The man he had allowed aboard his boat, had shared meals with, had trusted with his family's safety, stood before him transformed into something monstrous. The details of what Mark saw in those final moments remain locked away with him, but the evidence would later tell a story of desperate struggle, of a father fighting with everything he had to protect those he loved most. The children's cries joined the terrible chorus, little voices raised in confusion and terror as their safe world collapsed around them. 5-year-old Kimberly, who had been so excited about the adventure just hours earlier, found herself thrust into a waking nightmare that no child should ever experience. 2-year-old John, barely old enough to understand what was happening, screamed for parents who were no longer able to comfort him. Jerome Keown and Dean Moon, the crew members who had signed on for what they thought would be a routine fishing expedition, found themselves trapped in a confined space with a killer. The narrow corridors and cramped quarters that had seemed cozy during the day became a maze of terror, with no escape route and nowhere to hide. The violence was methodical, calculated, and utterly without mercy. Each member of the Colthurst family and crew was systematically murdered with a brutality that spoke to a mind completely disconnected from human empathy. The weapon of choice appeared to be a .22 caliber rifle, chosen perhaps for its availability, its effectiveness, and its relative quiet in the vast emptiness of the Alaskan wilderness. But it wasn't just the murders themselves that would later horrify investigators. It was the evidence of what happened after. The killer didn't simply eliminate his victims and flee. Instead, he took time to arrange the scene, to move bodies, to attempt to destroy evidence in ways that suggested either careful planning or complete psychological breakdown. Young Chris Heyman, the 19-year-old who had been so eager to prove himself, became another casualty in a night that seemed to have no connection to anything rational or understandable. His youth, his enthusiasm, his entire future, all snuffed out in moments by someone who had shared meals and conversation with him just hours earlier. The Investor, once a symbol of hope and prosperity for the Colthurst family, became a floating tomb drifting in the darkness. Her pristine white hull, which had gleamed so proudly in the morning sun, was now stained with evidence of unspeakable violence. The dreams and aspirations that had motivated Mark Colthurst to invest everything in this vessel were literally drowning in blood and horror. As the night wore on, the killer faced a logistical problem that would ultimately lead to his undoing. 7 bodies on a 58-foot vessel presented challenges that required solutions, and those solutions would leave traces that even the vast Alaskan wilderness couldn't completely hide. Fire became the method chosen to destroy evidence, to consume the testimony of the dead, and to eliminate the physical proof of what had transpired aboard the Investor. But fire on a boat presents its own dangers, its own complications, and its own ironic justice for someone who had just committed the most heinous crime in Alaska's maritime history. The smell of gasoline and burning materials began to fill the night air as the killer attempted to erase what he had done. The same vessel that had been carefully maintained and lovingly cared for by Mark Colthurst was now being deliberately destroyed by someone who understood that his survival depended on eliminating every trace of his presence. But destruction was incomplete, both of evidence and of life. In the chaos and violence that consumed the Investor that night, one person remained alive: John Peel himself. Whether by design or by accident, the perpetrator of this massacre would survive to face questions he seemed incapable of answering. The fire that was meant to destroy evidence instead became a beacon visible for miles across the dark waters. Other vessels, commercial fishermen working the same waters, spotted the glow on the horizon and began moving toward what they initially assumed was a boat in distress, never imagining they were responding to the scene of Alaska's most shocking maritime murder. As dawn approached, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold that seemed obscenely beautiful in contrast to the horror aboard the burning vessel, the full scope of the nightmare began to reveal itself. The Investor, her hull breached and her superstructure gutted by fire, was taking on water and listing badly. The pristine fishing vessel that had left Craig Harbor with such hope and anticipation was now a floating crime scene, her decks and cabins bearing witness to violence so extreme that even experienced investigators would struggle to process what they found. The dreams of a fishing family had literally gone up in smoke, leaving behind only questions that would haunt law enforcement and the community for decades. In those final hours before rescue arrived, as the damaged vessel fought to stay afloat, the sole survivor faced a choice that would define the rest of his life. The evidence of what had happened was all around him, the consequences of his actions inescapable, and yet he would soon have to face the world and attempt to explain the inexplicable. The Investor continued to burn as the sun rose, sending a column of black smoke into the clear morning air like a funeral pyre for innocence itself. The distress call crackled across the radio frequencies at 4:47 a.m., September 7, 1982, shattering the pre-dawn quiet of the Coast Guard station in Ketchikan. A fishing vessel reported a boat on fire approximately 15 miles southeast of Bly Island, thick black smoke visible against the gray morning sky. What began as a routine maritime rescue would quickly escalate into one of the most complex and disturbing criminal investigations in Alaskan history. Coast Guard cutter Point Whitehorn responded with practiced efficiency, her crew expecting to find the typical scenario: engine fire, electrical malfunction, or fuel system failure. These waters had witnessed countless emergencies over the years, and rescuing distressed mariners was as routine as morning coffee for the experienced crew. Nothing in their training had prepared them for what they were about to discover floating in the pristine waters of southeast Alaska. As the Point Whitehorn approached the burning vessel, the scope of the disaster became horrifyingly apparent. The Investor, once a proud fishing boat, now resembled a floating funeral pyre. Her superstructure was gutted, her hull breached in multiple places, and she was listing heavily to starboard as seawater poured through fire-damaged openings. Smoke continued to pour from her remains, creating an acrid cloud that burned the eyes and lungs of approaching rescuers. But it was the lone figure spotted on the stern of the sinking vessel that first struck the Coast Guard crew as wrong. John Peel, the sole survivor, stood motionless among the wreckage, seemingly unaware of the approaching rescue vessel. His clothing was singed but not severely burned, his demeanor strangely calm for someone who had supposedly just survived a catastrophic fire that had claimed 7 lives. The rescue operation proceeded with military precision. Coast Guard personnel transferred Peel from the sinking investor to the Point Whitehorn, where medical personnel immediately began assessing his condition. Physically, he appeared relatively unharmed. Some minor burns, smoke inhalation, but nothing that suggested he had been fighting for his life against flames that had consumed an entire vessel. It was Peel's mental state that first raised red flags among the rescuers. When asked about other survivors, his responses were vague, contradictory, and delivered in a monotone that seemed disconnected from the magnitude of what had supposedly just occurred. He claimed to remember little about how the fire started, mumbled about being asleep when it began, and seemed genuinely confused about basic details that any fire survivor should have etched in their memory. As Coast Guard personnel began the grim task of searching the burning wreckage for other survivors, the true horror of the situation began to reveal itself. The first body discovered was that of Mark Colthurst, found in what remained of the wheelhouse. But it wasn't fire that had killed the boat's owner. It was a gunshot wound to the head, executed with precision that spoke to deliberate murder rather than panicked violence. The discovery transformed the maritime emergency into a crime scene of unprecedented scope and complexity. The Coast Guard immediately contacted Alaska State Troopers and the FBI, recognizing that they were dealing with something far beyond their investigative capabilities. The burning vessel, still taking on water and threatening to sink completely, presented a race against time to preserve evidence before the ocean claimed it forever. Irene Colthurst's body was discovered next, found in the main cabin with injuries that told a story of struggle and terror. The gentle fishing wife who had packed lunches and toys for what she thought would be a family adventure had died fighting to protect her children, her final moments consumed by a horror no parent should ever endure. The children's bodies broke even the most hardened investigators. 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old John had been murdered with the same calculated coldness that had claimed their parents. Their small forms discovered in the sleeping quarters where they had been tucked in safely just hours earlier. The innocence of their sleeping arrangements, teddy bears and blankets still visible among the wreckage, created a juxtaposition of horror that would haunt investigators for years. Jerome Keown, Dean Moon, and Chris Heyman were found in various locations throughout the vessel, each bearing evidence of gunshot wounds that contradicted any theory of accidental fire. The crew members who had signed on for a routine fishing expedition had instead found themselves trapped in a floating slaughterhouse with no escape and no hope of rescue. As investigators worked frantically to process the scene before the vessel sank completely, a disturbing pattern emerged. The murders had been systematic, methodical, and carried out with a .22 caliber rifle found aboard the vessel. Each victim had been shot at close range, suggesting they were either taken by surprise or killed by someone they trusted. The positioning of bodies and blood spatter patterns indicated the murders had occurred throughout the night, not in a single explosive moment of violence. But it was the evidence of attempted cover-up that truly chilled investigators. Gasoline had been poured throughout the vessel in a deliberate pattern designed to destroy evidence. Personal belongings had been moved, rearranged, or destroyed in ways that suggested the killer had spent considerable time trying to eliminate traces of what had occurred. The fire itself appeared to have been set intentionally, a final attempt to consume the testimony of the dead. John Peel's survival became the central mystery of the investigation. How had he alone escaped a massacre that claimed 7 lives? Why were his injuries so minor compared to the extensive fire damage throughout the vessel? Most troubling of all, why did his accounts of what happened keep changing every time investigators questioned him? Initial interviews with Peel painted him as a traumatized witness, a man who had survived unspeakable horror and was struggling to process what he had experienced. He claimed to have been asleep when the violence began, awakened by screams and gunshots, and to have hidden in the engine compartment until the killer fled the vessel. His story had the superficial consistency of truth, but experienced investigators noticed troubling gaps and contradictions. As news of the massacre spread through the tight-knit community of Craig, Alaska, shock and disbelief rippled through the fishing industry. The Colthurst family had been pillars of the community, respected not just for their work ethic, but for their kindness and generosity. Mark's business practices were above reproach. Irene was beloved by everyone who knew her, and the children represented the future of a community that suddenly felt far less secure. The isolation that made Southeast Alaska perfect for fishing also made it perfect for hiding secrets, and investigators soon realized they were dealing with more than just a random act of violence. The methodical nature of the murders, the attempted destruction of evidence, and the sole survivor's increasingly suspicious behavior all pointed toward premeditation and planning that went far beyond a moment of madness. Federal involvement became inevitable as the scope of the investigation expanded. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit was called in to develop a psychological profile of the killer, while ballistics experts worked to trace the murder weapon and forensic specialists fought to extract evidence from the fire-damaged remains of the investor. But perhaps the most significant development came when investigators began digging into John Peel's background. The drifter who claimed to be an innocent survivor had a history that included violence, mental illness, and a pattern of behavior that painted him not as a victim but as a predator who had finally found the perfect hunting ground. The community of Craig found itself grappling with a new reality, that evil could arrive wearing a friendly face, that trust could be weaponized, and that the vast wilderness they called home could hide horrors beyond their worst nightmares. The pristine waters that had claimed the investor were no longer just challenging. They had become complicit in murder. As the investigation deepened and evidence mounted, one question continued to haunt everyone involved. What really happened during those final hours aboard the fishing vessel Investor? The dead could no longer testify, the vessel had been claimed by the sea, and the sole survivor's story was falling apart under scrutiny. The truth, when it finally emerged, would prove more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. The psychiatric evaluation of John Peel began 3 weeks after the Investor massacre, conducted in a sterile hospital room that felt like a world away from the blood-stained deck where 7 people had lost their lives. Dr. Sarah Martinez, a forensic psychiatrist with 2 decades of experience interviewing killers, had encountered many disturbed minds, but something about Peel's case sent ice through her veins before she even entered the room. Peel sat motionless in the corner chair, his hands folded neatly in his lap, eyes focused on some invisible point beyond the white institutional walls. When Dr. Martinez introduced herself, his response was a smile that never reached his eyes, the kind of expression that makes survival instincts scream warnings in the deep recesses of the human brain. It was the smile of someone who had discovered that he enjoyed killing and was reliving those moments with profound satisfaction. "Tell me about the night of September 6th, Dr. Martinez began, her voice carefully modulated to encourage confession while betraying none of her own growing horror at what she suspected she was about to hear. What followed was perhaps the most chilling confession in Alaska's criminal history, not because of its dramatic revelations or emotional breakdowns, but because of its complete lack of remorse, its methodical attention to detail, and the obvious pleasure Peel derived from recounting how he had systematically murdered an entire family and their crew. The truth, when it finally emerged, was far worse than investigators had imagined. This wasn't a crime of passion, a moment of madness, or even a robbery gone wrong. It was calculated predation by someone who had spent years perfecting his ability to identify and exploit vulnerable targets. The Colthurst family hadn't been random victims. They had been selected with the same care a hunter uses to choose prey. Peel had been watching the family for months, studying their routines, learning about their business, and most importantly, identifying opportunities to get them alone in situations where help would be impossible to obtain. The fishing expedition represented the perfect storm of isolation, vulnerability, and trust that predators like Peel spend lifetimes seeking. His infiltration of their lives had been gradual and deliberate. He had positioned himself as a helpful drifter, someone down on his luck who could assist with boat maintenance and fishing operations in exchange for meals and passage. Mark Colthurst's generous nature and Irene's Christian compassion had made them ideal marks for someone who understood how to manipulate human decency. The confession revealed a level of premeditation that shocked even experienced investigators. Peel had brought the .22 caliber rifle aboard himself, claiming it was for protection against bears during shore excursions. He had studied the boat's layout during previous trips, identifying escape routes, weapon locations, and the most efficient order in which to eliminate his targets. He had even practiced his cover story, rehearsing the trauma symptoms he would display after the murders. But it was his description of the actual killings that would haunt everyone who heard it. Peale spoke of the murders with the detached precision of a mechanic describing engine repair, noting which victims struggled, which begged for their lives, and which accepted their fate with resigned terror. He showed particular satisfaction when describing how he had saved the children for last, forcing Mark and Irene to watch their offspring die before ending their own lives. The fire, he explained, had been both practical and symbolic. Practically, it was meant to destroy evidence and create a plausible cover story for the deaths. Symbolically, it represented his complete dominion over the vessel and everyone aboard it. He had become the god of that small floating world, with absolute power over life and death, and the fire was his offering to celebrate that power. His survival story was entirely fabricated. There had been no mysterious killer who fled into the night, no desperate struggle for life against overwhelming flames. Peale had methodically murdered 7 people, attempted to destroy the evidence, and then positioned himself as the traumatized sole survivor of a terrible accident. The burns on his body were self-inflicted, calculated to support his deception. What made his confession even more disturbing was the revelation that the Investor massacre wasn't his first kill. Under continued questioning, Peale admitted to at least 3 other murders across the Pacific Northwest, all involving vulnerable people who had trusted him with their safety. The Drifter persona was a carefully crafted hunting strategy that had allowed him to move freely through communities, identifying targets and eliminating them without creating obvious patterns that might alert law enforcement. The community of Craig, Alaska, found itself grappling with the realization that they had welcomed a serial killer into their midst, fed him at their tables, and trusted him with their lives. The small-town values of hospitality and mutual aid that had sustained them through harsh Alaskan winters had been weaponized against them by someone who understood that their greatest strength was also their greatest vulnerability. As news of Peale's confession spread, other communities began reporting similar cases. Missing fishermen, unexplained boat fires, and drifters who had appeared and disappeared at suspicious times. The scope of his killing spree was far larger than anyone had initially suspected, and investigators realized they were dealing with one of the most prolific maritime serial killers in American history. The legal proceedings that followed were complicated by questions of jurisdiction, mental competency, and the death penalty. Alaska had no capital punishment statute at the time, meaning Peale would face life imprisonment rather than execution for his crimes. Many in the community saw this as inadequate justice for someone who had destroyed so many lives with such calculated cruelty. Peale's trial became a media sensation, drawing national attention to the remote fishing community that had never asked for such notoriety. Reporters descended on Craig like scavengers, seeking interviews with survivors and family members who were still processing the magnitude of what had occurred. The small town found itself transformed overnight from a quiet fishing community into the center of a true crime phenomenon. During testimony, details emerged about Peale's psychological makeup that painted a picture of someone who had been fundamentally broken from an early age. Childhood abuse, institutional placements, and a series of failed treatments had created a predator who viewed other human beings as nothing more than objects for his entertainment. The psychiatric experts who examined him agreed that he represented one of the most dangerous individuals they had ever encountered. The Colthurst family's extended relatives attended every day of the trial, seeking some form of closure for losses that defied comprehension. Mark's brother spoke eloquently about a family that had embodied everything good about Alaska's fishing communities: hard work, generosity, love for the wilderness, and devotion to each other. Their destruction by someone they had tried to help represented a betrayal that would forever change how the community viewed strangers. Irene's sister wept openly as she described children who would never grow up, dreams that would never be fulfilled, and a family legacy that had been extinguished in a single night of unimaginable violence. The ripple effects of Peale's crimes extended far beyond the immediate victims, destroying the sense of safety and trust that small communities need to survive. When the verdict was finally delivered, guilty on 7 counts of first-degree murder, there was no celebration in the courtroom. The families of the victims felt relief that justice had been served, but also a profound sadness that nothing could bring back the lives that had been lost. Peale showed no emotion as his sentence was read, confirming the psychological assessments that described him as completely lacking in human empathy. The aftermath of the investor murders changed Southeast Alaska forever. Fishing families became more cautious about who they allowed aboard their vessels. Communities implemented better screening procedures for temporary workers, and law enforcement developed new protocols for investigating maritime crimes in remote areas. The pristine waters where the Colthurst family died continue to attract fishermen from around the world, but local captains still tell their crews about the investor massacre as a cautionary tale about the dangers that can hide behind friendly faces. The story has become part of Alaska's maritime folklore, a reminder that evil can appear in the most unexpected forms and that trust, while essential for community survival, must be tempered with wisdom. John Peel remains imprisoned to this day, showing no remorse for his crimes and offering no explanation for why he chose to destroy so many innocent lives. Psychiatric evaluations continue to describe him as one of the most dangerous individuals in the American prison system, someone who would kill again without hesitation if given the opportunity. The investor herself was never recovered. After the investigation concluded, what remained of the vessel was claimed by the same waters where the Colthurst family had hoped to make their living. She rests somewhere on the bottom of Southeast Alaska's channels, a tomb for dreams and aspirations that were destroyed by someone who understood that the wilderness could hide the darkest secrets of the human heart. The memory of Mark, Irene, Kimberly, John, Jerome, Dean, and Chris lives on in the stories told by those who knew them, in the scholarships established in their names, and in the continued vigilance of communities that learned too late that monsters walk among us, wearing human faces and speaking words of friendship while planning acts of unspeakable evil. Their deaths stand as testament to both the vulnerability of human trust and the importance of remaining vigilant against those who would exploit our better angels for the darkest of purposes. The investor murders remain one of Alaska's most chilling reminders that in the vast wilderness, help is far away, and sometimes the greatest danger comes not from the elements, but from the evil that hides within the human heart. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.